Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. Welcome on back. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's doing well. And welcome on in to a slightly different kind of stream. How's everyone doing today? I missed you. I missed all of you. I know it hasn't been that long, but I always miss streaming. Gonna lurk for a bit now. Enjoy your lurkdom. I'm on Team Headache. I hope not too many people have a headache today. I'm not gonna lie, I went to bed a little late and I woke up and I woke up not that long ago. So I'm feeling a little eepy. But I'm excited. I'm excited. The reason I stayed up last night for later than I normally do is because I was getting things ready for today's stream. I was writing down some details, filling out some documents, all that good stuff. I'll show you what I mean once we actually get into the main thing here, because today we are going to be making a mod, or at least going over the details of making a mod. I'm not sure how much actual modding is going to happen today, is the thing. I feel like a lot of it's going to be like in like Google documents, like talking about like the stuff that I want to put in the mod, doing what the cool kids call pseudo-coding, where like you write down what you want to do in like plain text before you actually translate it to proper code and stuff. Or be our horses. Is Nightbot not awake right now? What the heck? I guarantee, I'm like right before the stream, I turned on the commands. Yeah, there they are. Nightbot was just taking a little time. Vibe coding, a little bit. I think it's just a good idea to like write things out in a way that makes sense, in a way that's like malleable, and you can like go back and change things relatively easily before you commit to the robustness of coding. And to be fair, a lot of the modding that I'm going to be doing is not actually like coding. It's not like writing in like C# or anything like that. It's a lot of it is done through just JSON files, which are not like technically code, but they're structured similarly to code in a lot of ways, right? You have to be very deliberate about like the way you structure things. So I think it's going to be easier to just like write things out. Jason's files, exactly. I don't know who the heck Jason is and why their name is so prolific in all these files, but they've clearly done something right. Think you enjoy straight programming over pseudocode first? It depends on what I'm doing, but I think for this, there's going to be enough moving pieces that I'm just going to go ahead and I feel more comfortable doing like pseudocode and just writing out all the details and the planning before I commit to anything big. We'll see though. We'll see. That's my brother. I didn't know he had files. Gotta ask Jason about his files. They're all over the place. They're all over the place in my Stardew Valley mods. So many Jason files. At any rate, super excited to get into it. Very excited because, I don't know, I've had this mod on my brain for a very long time now. I was working on it about like a year ago in earnest. And back then I wasn't really doing pseudocode or planning too much. I was just talking, I was like basically just like, I would come up with ideas, I would write out some little details, and then I would try to incorporate it into the mod. So I have a mod that is semi-functional from that time ago. But I think I'm probably going to start from the ground up. I'm going to like restructure it and make sure I do it in a way that's more expandable, I guess, more scalable. That way, if I like come up with new ideas, I can incorporate them more easily. So I'll probably end up reusing some of the stuff that I made from that mod like a year or so ago, but a lot of it is probably going to be refreshed and new. And I'm going to be talking it through with all you instead of just working on it on my own. So maybe I'll have new ideas there, because I'm sure y'all have some amazing ideas. Hello, Songor. New ideas to sleep on? Potentially, yeah. I tried to make a mod once, never again. I respect modders so much. It's so much fun making mods. I love it. Stardew actually makes it like super easy to make mods, I feel like. It's not like incredibly easy. There is definitely a learning curve. But I feel like you don't actually have to learn any like proper programming languages. You just have to learn basically how to edit JSON files, which is a lot more manageable, a lot more approachable than learning something like C#. It's very cool. Anywho, let's go ahead and play some daily games, shall we? Before we get on with anything here, let's play some daily games. As is tradition around these parts. Let me just get into position here. My mic. Ooh, hold on, I feel like my mic is gonna bump against the pop filter if I'm not careful. I felt very close. My dad would be sad here to talk bad or C#. Wait, my dad would be sad to hear to talk bad about I'm not talking bad about C#. I'm not saying I love C#. It's just really hard to learn. It is hard to learn. Opinionated woman, are you okay? You, PN on. Are you okay? Everything good there? He taught it for 10 years. Okay. Plagued by typos, as is the case with most of us. No. Hearts in chat for opinionated woman. Let's play some daily games. Starting with Steamdle here. Guess the Steam game from its reviews. You get 6 clues. One wrong, one per guess. One per wrong guess. I can read. Not recommended by Spice. 0.8 hours on record. January 30th. Is this January 30th, 2026? I guess it must be because it's not showing the year, so that usually means that it's the current year. First big robot fight. Press XY moment. Presses XY. Nothing happens. Dies. Crap tier game, 2 out of 10. So a game where you fight a big robot, and there's like maybe like a quick time event kind of situation here. Could be a relatively new game if this is from 2026. First big robot fight. Press XY. First big robot fight. I'm trying to think of like maybe like Armored Core. Armored Core 6. The Fires of Rubicon. Nope. If Devil May Cry and Ninja Gaiden had a baby that did cocaine while playing an electric guitar on the roof of a yacht going through a typhoon, this game would personify that. This from 2015, this review. This game is over 10 years old. Holy. That is, I mean, that is quite the gap there. Oh my gosh. And as far as their timing on these reviews. Okay. Devil May Cry and Ninja... That's also a heck of a description. So it's a very chaotic, intense game. Devil May Cry and Ninja Gaiden. So maybe like a hack and slash kind of game. Potentially. I actually have no idea. I mean, I think big robots. I think Metal Gear. Metal Gear Survive. That's like a new one. What would it would be like a 10-year-old Metal Gear game? Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. 11 out of 10 played the whole game on hard and didn't realize I could have upgraded. Doesn't give me any information. Thank you, Sir Frederick F. Fazingberton III. The first, actually. My apologies. Metal Gear. I still think it could be Metal Gear. Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, maybe? Oh, it is. Look at that. I got there eventually. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that I got there, given the sheer scope of Metal Gear games that were available there. I figured it couldn't be Survive, because that was, like, the newest one that just came out pretty recently. Other than that, I don't know, like, the timeline of, like, when Metal Gear games came out, so... Not bad. Not bad. The big robot was like basically the only clue that I had that it could be anything at all. like what game it could be whatsoever. Turns out that was a pretty good clue though. That was a pretty good clue, all things considered. Little Pokedoku moment. Psychic rock type, that's going to be Soul Rock. Or it's going to be Lunatone. Lunatone will work, perfect. Psychic Dragon type. I always want to say Miraidon on this one, because Miraidon looks psychic to me, but it's actually like electric type. Psychic Dragon. This is going to be a Latios kind of moment. Or mega versions of either. Psychic Fire type. That could be Delphox. Mega Delphox? I feel like you probably wouldn't change type, so I'm going to go with it. Art Vava, thank you for the 26 months at the Electron level, by the way. Hope you like your slime color. Congrats on coming out. Love you in the community. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. Warms my heart every time someone says something like that. Thank you so much. Fire type not fully evolved. Slugma. Tepig. Pignite. The awkward middle stage evolution. I feel like Pignite is like the most awkward middle stage evolution out of like any Pokemon. Maybe that's just me though. Not fully evolved dragon type. Let's go with like Hakamo'o. Not bad, not bad. And Fresh Funk Produce, thank you for the 18 months of the Electron level as well. Slime Gamba. What color slime did you get? I need to put it up in such a way that I can like see what colors of slime you get, because I'm always like so interested in seeing. You know what, if I slide this over here, I might actually be able to see. Restructuring my windows. Not fully evolved rock type is going to be Boldor. So yeah, see, that's a white slime. Ooh. I love the white slime. Thank you for the 29 months, by the way, Chase, at the Electron level. We all renew today, huh? I guess a lot of people became members on this day. Twould seem, or around this time at the very least. Thank you very much. Alright, not fully evolved rock type. Rockruff? Rockruff. That'll do. Paradox rock type. Let's go with... I'm kind of drawing a blank. Iron Thorns? Iron Thorns will work. Paradox Dragon type. Roaring Moon. Hold on. Are you Dark Flying or are you Dragon Dark type? I want to say... Oh, gosh. Raging Bolt is definitely Dragon type. So I'm going to go there instead, because I second-guessed myself at the last moment. I'm pretty sure it's Dragon type. I mean, it's based on Salamence, so, like, you would figure, but... Paradox Fire type, let's go with Iron Moth. No, I've already got Shiny Iron Moth. That won't work for me. Let's go with... What's another fire one? I guess Gouging Fire, literally right in the name. Beautiful. B-E-A. Beautiful. Keeping that streak alive. 27 days in a row of Pokedoku. You love to see it. And now onto something more distinctly Stardew-themed. Have a good one there, by the way, Islin. Thanks for being here for the first little bit. Hope you have a good day. What fish we catching here? Who up fishing? Who up fishing this very basic feeling fish? It's not like a nothing fish. It's definitely not like carp status, but it's not anything huge either. I would say that's maybe a chub. First thing that comes to mind. All yellows across the board. Wow, that is rare. Okay, well, the weather is the most telling of these. That feels like it narrows it down the most. So this is either a rainy or a sunny day fish. Available in some, but not all of the locations the chub is available, or more locations than the chub is available, but I feel like that's less likely. Because the chub is available in the river and the lake. So this is probably a river or lake fish, but probably not both. The time in the season doesn't hugely matter, because I think chub is like basically available all seasons all the time. You know what? I feel like this could be a shad, if we're thinking rainy day fish. Not a rainy day fish. Okay. Not a rainy day fish. So this is a sunny day fish, which makes me think it's got to be either a rainbow trout or a sunfish. I feel like a sunfish is easier than what I got there, so I'm going with rainbow trout. Easy. We take those. We take those. Yeah, no, that was too hard to be a sunfish. I was relatively confident of that. Alright, and one final daily game in the form of Stardoodle. Eggplant time? Not eggplant time. It is a fall crop, though. Fall crop costs less than 60 gold, takes longer to grow, non-regrowable, non-vegetable. Takes longer to grow. This could be forage. Could this be some sort of common mushroom situation? Although that would be mushroom log, probably, instead of fall seeds. Fall seeds have hazelnuts as well. Are hazelnuts worth less than 60? Trying to think. I'm gonna try it. No, they're worth 90. It's not forage at all, but it does take 7 days to grow exactly. 7 days, non-regrowable. Woolen Feet, congratulations on your horse, by the way. Congratulations. First horse of the stream. Welcome home, Terror. Always good to see you. See you and your beautiful self. Free from Nightbot's stables. Huzzah. What else could this be? Non-regrowable. Fruit? What fruits are available in fall? Not really many. Like blackberry? I guess blackberry could work. It is a blackberry. There you go. Blackberry is only worth 20 gold? Wait, that's so sad. I feel like blackberry should be worth, like, at least double that. I guess you do have, like, you can get, like, the bear's knowledge that makes them worth more. But still, feels like blackberries on their own should be worth a little something something. Alright, y'all. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of what this mod that I want to create involves, and I start to incorporate your suggestions and your feedback and your ideas, in addition to all of mine, before any of that, you have 60 seconds. 60 seconds to get yourself a jelly, a horse, some combination thereof. Come on, Nightbot. Be friendly. Be kind to the people. Be kind to them. Don't stymie the people right now. We need horses. We're in a horse drought. We only get like one horse a stream these days, it feels like. I'm seeing a few baby Moonlight Jellies. That's pretty exciting. That's exciting. But the horses are still high and dry. Woolen Feet got a horse, but other than that, we are without horses. Come on, Terror needs a friend. Terror needs a friend to frolic with. Give us one more horse. Give us just one more horse. It's not that big of an ask. It's not that big of an ask. 10 seconds left, by the way. 10 seconds left. A minute goes by so fast. It goes by so unbelievably fast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's time. That is time, y'all. Let me go disable the commands. Thanks for trying. Thanks for playing. Alas, wasn't meant to be. Unless we got any last minute buzzer beaters. The commands have been disabled. Anyone get anything? Horse, Moonlight Jelly, or sorry, no horse, yeah. Yep, that seems about right. That seems about par for the course. Womp womp. Alright, y'all. Who's ready for this? Who's ready for a good old-fashioned Google Docs stream? Because a lot of this is probably going to be spent in Google Docs, just sharing the details of the mod and the ideas that I've had for it. Ooh, wait, perfect timing. Perfect timing on that. We love a little Kazoom to start us off strong for the day. Get your kazoos out, everybody! Come on! Rise the frick up while I take a little hydration break. Damn, damn. I love Kazoom hyping me up as I get into the main event here. All right. Well, without further ado, then let's go ahead and break down what the heck are we doing today. What is this mod that I want to create? And well, I mean, I don't know what I was trying to think of, like a follow-up question to that, but I couldn't think of one, so I'm just going to go ahead and show you what like my document here looks like. The goal of this mod, the goal of complex cooking, which is like the kind of working title of the mod right now, because as you'll see, the cooking do be getting complex. The goal of the complex cooking mod is to expand on Stardew's existing cooking system with new ingredients, recipes, and balancing changes. The core of the cooking system should still feel vanilla, while making the cooking feel more involved, rewarding, and worthwhile as a whole. That is kind of the mission statement of this mod. That is the thing I'm trying to keep in mind as I'm creating this. And I'll go more into the details of like how I'm doing that and what that means. But basically, anytime I'm adding something to this mod, it's going to be in line with that idea of wanting to expand on cooking mainly. Cooking is the core theme of this. There may be some tangential things that like branch out from cooking, just to incorporate it into the wider game as a whole. Did you add chocolate? I mean, you better believe it. So here are some of the core ideas, some of the main things, the main themes of the mod. Make ingredients their own type of items similar to fish, fruit, etc., including more specific and granular items to make recipes more accurate to their real-life counterparts. The methods for sourcing these ingredients should ideally be varied and incorporated into other systems in the game. Additionally, most ingredients should have multiple sources to provide players options on how they choose to acquire them. So that is, I think that's pretty straightforward there. I'd like to also add herbs as a new type of forage/crop to be used in cooking recipes. We were talking about this a little bit during yesterday's stream, and it was already an idea on my mind anyway, but people brought up that they wanted to like add herbs to the game. So we're adding herbs to the game. Herbs will be sourced from seasonal herb clusters growing in Cindersap Forest. Players can break these clusters to obtain different herbs depending on the season, with some herbs being rarer than others. Once obtained, herbs can be grown in a new machine, quote-unquote machine, called an herb garden, which works similarly to a crystallarium. So my idea for that is, instead of actually like farming the herbs, like by planting seeds in the ground and growing them like crops, they have their own kind of like distinct interaction, where you have like this little indoor herb garden where you can put the herbs in. You put an herb in and you just like grow that herb consistently. A la crystallarium. They can also be upgraded to deluxe herb gardens to allow more plentiful harvests or high quality herbs. Which I think is a pretty interesting, neat idea. I haven't actually like incorporated this. A lot of this stuff I haven't like actually incorporated into any mod or anything, because like I said, I want to do a lot of the ground. I want to lay a lot of the groundwork before I actually commit to putting anything into the game. You love the way I say herbs? I mean, should I be saying herbs? Herbs? Exclamation point modding. That does give access to the modding index, which is a pretty useful resource when it comes to all this. Definitely, yeah. Herbs. I've always said it as herbs. Silent H and all. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is being too cute with the herb garden thing. Maybe I should just like just be like they're just growable crops like any other crop. But I don't know, I felt like adding like because you'll see how many herbs that I have like in mind to add once we get further down in the document here. And I felt like adding like that many different like seeds for all these herbs that are kind of samey in a lot of ways. I mean, they have their own distinct identity, but a lot of them will probably feel kind of the same. So I felt like doing something like this was a little more in line with kind of my vision for the mod. Introduce several new artisan goods with their own pros and cons. These will be used to expand the variety of possible recipes, as well as to provide price-competitive options to process and sell items for their own sake. When I say price-competitive, I mean like, you know, competitive with some of the other artisan goods that people use for money, you know, like wine and cheese and all that stuff. These new recipes will include seasonings, or these, I guess this should be artisan goods. These new artisan goods will include seasonings, frostings, teas, and soup broths. So seasonings will include various salts, dried herbs, and spices, which is just a natural extension of adding like herbs and stuff to the game. Frostings will be an alternative way to process fruit, with certain subcategories of fruit, such as berries, providing additional profits to incentivize their use. So like you can turn any kind of fruit into a kind of frosting, which can then be used on like various like dessert recipes in the future. Or you can just like sell them on their own merits. And certain fruits will yield better frostings than others, based on just kind of what feels right. Like I think like berry frostings, like a strawberry frosting or a blueberry frosting, sounds better to me than something like a, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a different example of a fruit. Like a starfruit frosting, I don't know. Maybe starfruit frosting would still work, but I feel like some just sound better, sound more appetizing than others. Teas will provide a means to process flowers and herbs. So we're looking at floral teas and herbal teas. Lemons will, sorry, I saw lemon in chat. Teas will generally be less profitable than other artisan goods, but they will provide potent drinkable buffs depending on the type of tea. So you'll be able to make more distinct kinds of teas beyond just the green tea that's currently in the game, using like all the herbs and flowers and stuff. And like it says there, yeah, they won't be quite as profitable to make, but I think that it would be fun to have like each one have its own distinct kind of buff that would incentivize you to want to make them and drink them as part of your adventuring throughout the game. I think that would be a fun idea. Soup broths kind of work as an alternative to frostings here. Well, there'll be an alternative way to process vegetables and forage, with certain subcategories like root vegetables providing additional profits to incentivize their use. And obviously also soup broths opens the door to like a bunch more different like soup recipes and that sort of thing. So I think that's fun. Not to talk about a different game, but the game Vintage Story and the mods of Culinary Artillery and Expanded Foods could show you some examples of these. I'm not familiar with any of that, Stargazer, but it is good to have examples to draw from for sure. This is making me kind of hungry. We're just getting started, too. We're just getting started. TW? I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce your name. Yeah, so those are like the core ideas of the mod. And then once I go down here, I've just got like a bunch of basically different ideas. Not all of these necessarily need to be incorporated into the mod. It's Taya? Do I have that right, the pronunciation? Taya. Okay, I got you. Alright. Not all of these will necessarily be incorporated into the mod, but these are ideas that I had, and we can definitely put in more here. This is why I wanted to do this on stream as well. Is want to like brainstorm ideas not only for like how to like obtain all this stuff, but also like other things that can be added as far as like different ingredients go. We got butter, shortening, olive oil, baking soda, baking powder, cornstarch, corn syrup, molasses, brown sugar, rum, yeast, soy sauce, soy milk, tofu, sour cream, soup broth, frosting, herbal teas, floral teas, powdered sugar, buttercream, buttermilk, cream cheese, blue cheese, peanut butter, marinades, corn flour, and oat flour. A lot of these just kind of like popped into mind, or they were like built off of like previous ideas. And it's a little bit of a scattered list, but I think a lot of them open up some interesting possibilities. Could make kombucha. I'm willing to add like kombucha in here if we have any other ideas for like we have different categories here. Like I've got crops, I've got herbs, I've got spices and seasonings, animal produce, and all that stuff. We'll go more into detail on that. I guess I can show those off right now. I can just show off kind of everything that's been on my mind and the stuff that I have that I have in my head. She's really remaking Rapidax. This is going to be enormous. It's definitely ballooned out to be a bigger idea than I thought. And I may taper some of these down. Like, some of these might not be, like, strictly required, but they were kind of, like, a byproduct of adding something. Like you know, like these soy things. I had the idea to add soybeans. And then, like, as a natural byproduct of that, I was like, well, what do you do with soybeans? You make soy sauce, you make soy milk, you can make like tofu and stuff. Grow cheese on a mushroom log for blue cheese. I'd like to be able to cook with oil of garlic. Ooh, that would be good, actually. That's kind of a fun idea. These are the crops that I have ideas for right now. You got peppercorns, we got lettuce, you got olives, you got yellow onions, you got celery, you got soybeans, you got cinnamon branches, you got figs, lemons, limes, oats, and peanuts. These are the kind of the precursors to a lot of the different recipe ideas and different artisan goods ideas that I have. So that's what we got there. For herbs, these are the current herbs that I have in mind. You got basil, cilantro, dill, lavender, lemongrass, mint, oregano, parsley, rosemary, sage, thyme, tarragon, and winter savory. These are the ideas that I have in mind. All good ideas so far. And we can talk more about these. Like I'll be like, okay, before I start, like, because basically how I want to do this, how I'm going to want to do this is we're going to go down the list of some of these, and we're going to be like, okay, how do we add butter to the game? Like what process gets us butter? What process gets us shortening? And we'll go through that like that. And I'll also be open to like hearing what you guys think should be, what I may have missed. Things that seem like they could fit into this idea. They could fit into this mod, but I haven't actually thought of yet. What is winter savory? It's a bit of a niche herb. when I was looking up herbs, because I basically wanted to have like different varieties of herbs for each season, and it turns out trying to find herbs that are relevant to winter is kind of hard. We're gonna have to stretch the definitions on some of these. Like basically, I want to separate these herbs into different seasonal clusters, because that's the idea for herbs, is that you can like go out and forage them from the herb clusters in Cindersap Forest in different seasons. And so I was like, well, we gotta have some for winter. And turns out there's one called winter savory. So there you go. Herbs that grow in winter, yeah. Or at least herbs that are like resistant to winter climates. Cumin and cilantro / coriander. I have cilantro here already. And I think coriander is basically the same as cilantro. Like they come from the same plant, right? From the research that I was doing, so I didn't feel like adding coriander as well. Although I mean I could. We definitely could. We also have different spices and seasoning ideas here. We got salt, black pepper, paprika, garlic powder, onion powder, dried herbs, and cinnamon. Definitely room to expand on this currently. Although dried herbs encapsulates a lot of different potential things here, because dried herbs will be like dried variations of all of this, so these are effectively all spices as well. Coriander is the seed pods, very different flavor. What are the crops again? We can go back up in a second here, but I also want to show off my animals / produce ideas. So I wanted to, this is where we got chocolate and stuff. We got chocolate, vanilla, I got marshmallows, caramel, and butterscotch from these various different like fantasy themed animals. Instead of just making it so like, you know, chocolate, you get like, you grow cocoa beans and you grow vanilla beans for this one. I wanted to be a little more like, lean into a little more of the fantastical side of things and incorporate some new animals. So we got pink chickens, we got blue cows, we have pastel sheep, which, like, this pastel sheep and the mini marshmallow things, I was inspired by, you know, those, like, mini marshmallow packs you can get that have, like, you know, pastel, like, green and pink and yellow marshmallows to them. I was like, that would be cute in sheep form, so I was like, let's make it happen. And we also have brown goats for the making of caramel and butterscotch here, which I think is fun. Pink, blue, and white. Just saying. You're not wrong. Pink chickens. Did you mean flamingos? They'll be like little squat flamingos. And these are different machines that were kind of like necessary creations from some of the stuff that I've listed up here. Butter churn, soup cauldron, frosting mixer, grinder, herb garden, and deluxe herb garden. With definitely more room for expansion from there on out. So that's where I'm at with all that right now. Grinder in an herb garden? You got a problem with the grinder in the herb garden? I can go into more details about like what I feel like each of those are going to do. Okay. So let's go into these categories a little bit more. Let's go into these categories a little bit more. Instead of a grinder, it could be milled. Well, that here we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. I don't want to get like pulled in too many different directions here. Let's focus on each category here. Ingredients / artisan goods. Is there anything else that I could add to this, or is this this feels like a pretty at least comprehensive list to start with? Is there anything else that we could add here? And more may be added as just like a natural byproduct of adding like different crops in the future. But I feel like we've got a pretty good list here right now. Is there anything that's like obviously missing? One that I was humming and hawing over, I don't know whether it's too niche or not, is cream of tartar, which is decently commonly used in various recipes, but I don't know, it might be a little too like specific of an ingredient. Cocoa powder. Cocoa powder would probably fall into like the spice category, right? It would probably be more of a spice than anything else, like down here with like cinnamon and stuff. Cocoa powder. I can list that. Cocoa powder. Cocoa powder could just be ground cocoa beans. Well, here's the thing. We're not really doing cocoa in this, because the way we get chocolate in this mod is via pink chickens. So I think like cocoa powder would be like ground down chocolate eggs or something like that. Cocoa beans. Cream of tartar could be used in one or two things. It's interesting how it's produced, to be honest. Yeah, we're effectively using chocolate eggs here from the pink chickens and white chocolate eggs as a substitute for cocoa. Cocoa powder from rabbits, like the Nesquik bunny. I don't have like an alternate rabbit here. There's room to expand on the animals a little bit more, like alternate like rabbits and ducks and pigs and that sort of thing. Do we have vanilla? We have blue cows for vanilla. Vanilla cream and whipped cream from blue cows. The Nesquik bunny. It's a cute idea. I just don't know if it would be like too much of an overlap with the pink chickens creating chocolate already. Cream of tartar could be a byproduct of winemaking. Indeed, it could. I think that's actually like how it normally happens anyway. Okay, well, we have enough to work with here to start with. Any obvious crops? Any obvious crops that should... Hold on, I just want to make sure this is staying organized. Any crops that we should incorporate here? Bell peppers? Bell peppers. Would I want to separate that into like... Because there's like different colors of bell pepper. So but that seems like a little superfluous. I feel like we should like pick one color of bell pepper to go with. Or maybe like it could be like a crop that grows like multiple different colors, kind of like how like flowers have different colors. So maybe you get like bell pepper seeds and it just has a chance to grow like yellow, green, or red ones. She hates mustard. We could do mustard. Is mustard more of like a... Is it more of like a crop, or is it like an herb? Would it fit better in the herbs, or would it fit better in the crops? Mustard is an herb. It's a seed, but the seed has to grow something. Let me go and have a little Google over here. Is mustard an herb? Mustard is considered a culinary and medicinal herb. Mustard plant. Yeah, it seems like it is, and it seems like it is more of an herb than it would be like a crop. Mustard is a flower. Yeah, something that can grind spices. It would be cool if you could grow the seeds. I mean, yeah, mustard seeds seem like they would be, like, probably the thing you would actually want, right? Cucumber? I'm willing to throw cucumber in here. Cucumber. All of this, by the way, is I haven't even shown you like the recipes and stuff that I have in mind so far, which I'm sure is where like a lot of ideas are going to really come into fruition. But yeah, we'll get into that more later on here. Cucumbers, so you can make classic pickles, just so you can make the most basic pickles. You can make the basic wine out of grapes, but you cannot make basic pickles. We gotta add cucumbers in. Okay, cucumbers, bell peppers. I feel like I want to add mustard as an herb, but it's a bit of a weird one. I'll throw it into herbs. Mustard. Chives as an herb? Is chives? I feel like there might be too close of an overlap between chives and spring onions. Celery for crops? I think I already have celery. I do. Like, are chives distinct enough from spring onions to warrant their own inclusion here? Do I have cabbage? Non-red cabbage? I do not. I figured since we have red cabbage, I don't know if I want to add like just regular cabbage as well. Turmeric grows as a root. Lurking while eating dinner. A thought. In Concern Dave's cookbook, he added ingredients to make the dishes actually taste good. Could we get inspiration from the cookbook? That is actually a pretty good idea, yeah. That would be a pretty good idea. I don't know where I can like find like a reference for the cookbook. Cabbage and mustard are biologically the same plant. How big are we going with this mod? Because this is getting very big already. Yeah, we might want to just stop here as far as like adding new stuff. We might want to just like work with what we've got already here. Because this is going to be a lot. This is already going to be a lot to try and like add in, yeah. And let me show you as well, before we start going into the details of trying to figure out how we want to add each of these in. And we can always expand on these later. We can, if we have other ideas as we're making things here, we can always expand on them. The thing I want to expand on most, though, of course, with the cooking mod, and now that we have access to like so many different potential ingredients here and ingredient ideas, we can really go crazy with the recipes. So I've got over here. Hold on, I've got to make this big. You got to make this big so it's easy to see. New foods / recipes. In addition to adding a bunch of new foods, this mod would modify vanilla recipes to keep them in line with the added complexity of the new ingredients and dishes. Where possible, recipes will be kept the same or modified to more accurately reflect their real-life counterparts. As a general rule, no recipe should exceed 5 ingredients. This is something to keep in mind. This will keep the complexity manageable while allowing recipes to be more expressive of the dishes that they're actually like representing and the ones that you're actually creating. I think 5. That's the most ingredients that any like vanilla recipe has as far as like cooking or crafting goes, is 5. I need to lie down just watching this. So here are some of the so these are the vanilla recipe changes that I have in mind. There's quite a few of them. I'm not going to go into detail over all of them, but you can kind of like glance over and see what some of these options might be. Salad needs lettuce. Well, here's the thing. This salad, I was actually kind of on the fence with it. The salad that's in game currently, I think could remain, and you could rename it to something like a wild salad. And then we could add like different varieties of salad, and some of those would use lettuce. But I think the one that currently exists in game with like dandelions and leeks, I like that theming where it's just like different foraged goods to get a salad. So that's why I kind of left that one alone. How do you get salts? We will go into that. We'll figure that out. I have ideas for how to like get various different ingredients. And we'll talk about it a little bit later. What recipes have 5 in vanilla? Technically there's only like 1, I think. And it's not a cooking recipe, it's a crafting recipe. It's the tub of flowers. Most of them only go up to 4, but I felt like 5 is a good limit because it's, I don't know. I feel like it allows us to be more expressive here. These are all the different vanilla changes. There are a lot of vanilla recipes, so there's lots that I could go over here. But the more exciting thing is going down here and seeing the different things that I've added. So I've added a bunch of doughs, which are kind of like they're kind of like the precursor steps to a lot of the vanilla recipes here. Like if it's like let me see if I can find an example here. Like a blueberry tart, for instance. A blueberry tart requires pastry dough. And we've got various different kinds of doughs here in order to like expand upon the potential for like opening up different categories of things like pastries, pizzas, pastas, masa dough with corn flour, cake mix, cookie dough, fry batter for like deep frying things. I think there's definitely a lot of potential here. Do we have yeast? We do have yeast. Yeah, yeast is an ingredient that we're factoring in here. And a natural extension of these doughs, of course, is a new category for breads, where we have the regular bread, but we would rename that as a baguette, which is just like the bread dough. But then you also have different variations of bread. So you got sourdough, you got brioche, you got focaccia, pita bread, cornbread, and breadcrumbs as well, because breadcrumbs are kind of relevant to a lot of different recipes, as it turns out. You could add a salt pan. Ooh. So there's the breads. There's more bread varieties than this, but I thought this was like a good foundation. And then I started to go crazy with like some of the different categories of food. So we got all these different kinds of pizzas. So we would rename the basic pizza that's in game to a cheese pizza. And then you got mushroom pizza, deluxe pizza, pineapple pizza, garlic onion pizza, hot honey pizza, margarita pizza, chocolate pizza, and fruit pizza. Just to add, you know, a little bit of spice. A little bit of variety here. So they're not all like savory pizzas necessarily. Cheese pizza. We also have cookies, a little subcategory for cookies here, in the form of chocolate chip cookies, oatmeal raisin cookies, snickerdoodles, ginger snaps, vanilla shortbread, chocolate sandwich cookies, snowball cookies, jelly butter cookies, and peanut butter cookies. Which I feel like is another good foundation. We could always add more cookies, but this is already pretty good. As you can see plainly, my ideas have already kind of spiraled out of control for this. So, we have oatmeals here because I added oats as a crop. So I was like, well, you got to add oatmeal. If you have oats, you have to make oatmeal. So we've got maple oatmeal, mixed berry oatmeal, apple cinnamon oatmeal, peaches and cream oatmeal, and banana nut oatmeal. We also have different cakes. So we got the chocolate cake and the pink cake down here. But you also have carrot cake, that hill that I'm going to die on. I hope it's in 1.7 for real. But there you go. I would riot without oatmeal raisin cookies. We have oatmeal raisin. Yeah, we do have oatmeal raisin. It was one of the first ideas that I had. I love them so much. Carrot cake, pineapple upside down cake, pumpkin cheese cake, strawberry shortcake, angel food cake, lemon pound cake, and black forest cake. One of my personal favorites. IRL. Could make granola as well, that's very true. And then I've got this little like catch-all miscellaneous category here, which is probably where a lot of food is going to end up being put. Where right now I've got Nanaimo bars, butter tarts, meringue, baked Alaska, PB&J sandwich, graham crackers, baked potatoes, and fries. And that's where I'm at right now, but there's definitely the potential to add a lot more here. There is the potential to add a whole heck of a lot more. Not cave carrot cake. Uh-oh. Concerned Ape adds carrot cake, but it's cave carrot cake. Imagine. He just forgets that carrots are in the game and just uses cave carrots in the recipe instead. Alright, chat. Is vanilla cream needed for angel food cake? It's usually uniced. I would need to go into like, because I researched like kind of like the actual like basic recipes for all of these, and did my best to translate those to the ingredients that I have in my mind so far. So I'd have to go and research like angel food cake again to see whether the vanilla cream still fits there necessarily. We can go into more granular details about that in the future. For right now, I'm curious. Let's just spitball some food ideas. Let's spitball some new food ideas, chat, and see what we can come up with, because I am always open to adding more recipes. We're gonna bloat the heck out of the game with recipes here. There's gonna be so many different kinds of food. Give me an idea. Green eggs and ham. Okay, well, let's keep it vegan. We're not vegan, but vegetarian. We're not adding ham to the game. I guess like there are fish in the game, so that we can do meat like that, but we're not I'm not planning on adding any like meat products to the game. Deviled eggs? I could get behind deviled eggs. Deviled eggs. Now, what would the recipe be for deviled eggs? Let me have a look over here. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to have chat here. And I'm going to make this smaller. Make this take up half the screen so I can research in that window over there. Yeah, I can do research over here now in chat, and I can still see chat while I'm researching. Okay. Let's see. Deviled eggs. Deviled egg recipe. Classic deviled egg recipe. Pickled eggs, eggs and vinegar. Welcome on in, Sharky. It's good to see you. There's going to be so many ideas here. I'm going to be... You know what? Maybe I'll just... Instead of looking up the recipes one at a time, I'll just start writing down ideas here, and then we can figure out the recipes later. Just joined. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm here for the new recipes. Pickled eggs. Actually, pickled eggs might be better suited as like an artisan thing, where you can just like put eggs in like a preserves jar to make pickled eggs. I don't know if that would be like a cooking thing. I feel like that might be more of like a preserves jar kind of deal. I do like the idea though. Do we have a Sharky command? We don't have a Sharky command. I do have to fix it. Shoutouts to Sharky though. Shoutouts to Sharky. Glad to have you in here. Yeah, this is artisan ideas. Cream tartar. So let's do pickled eggs as well. I like that. Century eggs? Ooh. How would you even make that happen? I don't know, but I like the idea as an extension of pickled eggs. Century eggs. I think that could be fun. Okay. Let's go back to food ideas here, to more proper, like, cooking recipes and stuff. Curry rice with tofu. I'm down for curry rice. Curry rice. Waffles? I mean, I feel like waffles are a no-brainer for sure. Would we want to do different kinds of waffles? Like, would we want to do, like, different flavors of waffle? Or do we just want to do, like, where, like, pancakes are right now, where it's just, like, one kind of pancake? Because we could expand, like, waffles out into its own category. We could expand pancakes out into their own category. And have, like, different varieties. Too much? It's never too much. I love food. I love food. Noodles? I think we should add a pasta category here. Different pastas. Because I have pasta dough. I have not expanded upon that yet. Pastas. Let me do this. Okay, so pastas. So we got mac and cheese. What other pastas? Because currently in the game, there's like, what? There's like spaghetti. There's like spaghetti, and then that's like kind of it. I feel like. I guess there's squid ink raviolis. Baked ziti, gnocchi. Baked ziti. Gnocchi. Lasagna. Bolognese, Alfredo. Are these just sound like sauces to me? These just sound like sauces to me, but maybe they're actually like pasta dishes that I'm not familiar with. She ain't gonna listen. Fettuccine Alfredo. Fettuccine Alfredo. I'm taking the ones that I recognize the names of because right now I want to go with like the most recognizable options here. Let's see, pasta. Mac and cheese is good. Baked ziti, gnocchi, lasagna, fettuccine Alfredo. I mean, you could just go with like raviolis, but there's already squid ink ravioli. I think just basic ravioli is still a good alternative to have, though. Ravioli. What other pastas are there? What if I just look up, like, common pastas? And put on the no AI tag, because I don't want AI telling me. Common pasta dishes, I should ask. Because like, there's all sorts of different, like, pasta, like, shapes you can make. But I feel like we're looking more for, like, the actual dishes you make with those shapes later after, right? Spaghetti bolognese. Is that just is that distinct enough from spaghetti on its own? Spaghetti bolognese. Lasagna, mac and cheese. Carbonara. Spaghetti carbonara. Let's leave, yeah, you know what? I'm willing to do this. Carbonara and bolognese. I'm willing to do those. Technically, from what I'm seeing here, they're like called like, at least on the list that I'm seeing, that I have right now, it's spaghetti carbonara and spaghetti bolognese, but I feel like just leaving it as these two makes it more distinct from spaghetti on their own. Spaghetti with clams is a pretty big one. I saw a couple people saying clams. You do different cultures too. You definitely do different cultures of pasta, that's true. Yeah, pad thai. Is pad thai's a pasta, right? Scampi? What is scampi? Pesto pasta would be good. Ooh, we definitely do want pesto. Pesto would be really good. Pesto. But pesto is just the sauce. Pad thai is a rice noodle. It's noodles, which is close enough. I think it would fit in this category, yeah. Pesto, let's just do pesto pasta for right now. Pesto pasta. Pad thai. Ramen. What else we got? I'm looking at the list here. People were saying scampi before. What is scampi? What is scampi? Shrimp scampi. Classic Italian dish. Made from plump shrimp cooked in a buttery garlic wine sauce. Is it shrimp with pasta, or is it just like shrimp? Like the recipes, the pictures and stuff that I'm seeing only show shrimp. I mean, I can put scampi in here just like in its own thing. Shrimp scampi. It's not under pasta. Egg noodles. Let's see, egg noodles. Easy egg noodles recipe. We could do egg noodles. Egg noodles. Pho? How do we feel about pho? There's so many pastas. Can we expand on curries? We could make curry its own thing. its own category as well. There's probably enough for curries. Maybe we should do soups as their own categories too. Would soups and curries, they're not the same thing, I know that, but chicken noodle soup. I think this is good for pastas for right now. Leave pastas alone. Let's start thinking about soups. Soups. How many am I doing in total? Yes, is my answer to that. I may pare down this list in the future if things feel redundant or if things feel if it feels like there's too much. I may pare things down once I actually start like making this into a mod, but I like having as many ideas as possible to work with. Okay. Who's making these sprites? I've actually reached, when I was working on this mod a year ago, I reached out to a community member, Atomic Diamond, who I don't know if is here right now. I think she said she was going to be here for a little bit, but she wasn't going to be able to be here for the bulk of the stream. And she said she did some amazing sprite work with some of the stuff. So if she's up to the task, I'd love to bring her on board to do this, and then that'll keep like the art like consistent too. Does very good, like, very accurate Stardew sprites. I can show some of those off later, some of the ones that we made for the previous mod. Okay, a lot of people had good soup ideas here. Hold on, let me go back up. Okay, cream of tomato soup. I'm just gonna put it as tomato soup. Tomato soup. What else do we have there? Potato and leek soup. Sharky got all the soup ideas. Potato and leek soup. I see French dip. I can type, I swear. French onion. French onion soup. Egg drop soup. Minestrone. Minestrone soup. Matzo ball soup. Matzo ball soup. What about a wonton soup? Wonton soup comes to mind. Blended veggie soup. Chicken soup. We're trying to avoid like like meat-based ones, other than like fish, but miso soup. I like miso soup. Is it even called miso soup, or is it just called miso? Who said shark fins? We're not doing shark fin soup. Unless we want to add sharks as a fishable fish. Miso is fermented soybeans. Blended veggie soup. I think just like a generic like vegetable soup is actually like totally fine. I think that's a good idea. How many soups is this? This is a good base for soups, I think. Let's see. What other categories could we expand upon here? I've done like pizzas, pastries. We could do some more pastries, but pastries kind of like, it's a very broad category. Pastas we did. Masa dough. I do want to expand with masa dough. Right now it's only really used for like one thing, which is like tortillas, because there are like corn tortillas in the game, and I looked it up and it's like you use masa to make that. But you can use masa for all sorts of other things as well. Broccoli cheddar soup. Broccoli cheese, so broccoli can be used for something. I actually had broccoli added to some of the vanilla recipes, I'm pretty sure, because it was making me mad that it wasn't used more. I've got broccoli now in vegetable medley. I've got it in Autumn's Bounty, and I've got it in the super meal. So broccoli does get some representation now, which is nice. Nachos? Ooh, nachos. Wait, that actually brings me to the thought of let's see. I also, because I want to do the whatchamacallit. I'd love to add like the desert festival foods as well as their own cooking recipes. I think that could be a lot of fun. I'll add broccoli cheddar soup, because I think that's a really good one. Broccoli cheddar soup. So I'll have to look into the Desert Festival stuff later, but we don't need to list that out specifically right now. That's just an idea all into itself. But I was thinking about that because they do have nachos in that list. There's like nachos of the desert or whatever. Quesadillas. I like quesadillas. Quesadillas. There is the elf quesadilla already with like with the Desert Festival food, so I don't know if we want to do too much overlap there. The rumpled fruit skin. Yo, Atomic Diamond, I was just mentioning you. Atomic Diamond has been doing the like I said, did the art for a lot of this stuff when I was first figuring out a lot of these ideas, and now we're expanding on it. So I hope you're willing to do some more art. I hope you're willing to do some more because we have a lot more options available now. Sushi would be great. We have maki roll. I guess we can expand on sushi from there. You'd love to see the art. I can show off some of the art here. Let me see. Let me send y'all over here for a second. I'd love to show off some of Atomic Diamond's art from the past here. Let me see. Can I find it? Should be here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. This one here. Download this. This is just like the full sprite sheet. Can we have Indian food? I'd love to represent more like cultures of food for sure, yeah. I think that would be a lot of fun. There's so many good ideas. The thing I'm realizing now with how many ideas there are in chat is that there's just so much potential. There's just so much potential for food. It's crazy. But y'all, let me size this up actually. Let me make the art bigger so you can see it better. Do like this. Let me do this as well. Y'all, look at some of this art though. Look at these freaking sprites. They're so good. They're so Stardew. Which is like the exact kind of vibe that I was going for. Like, look at some of these. They're so good, and there's so many already done here. 10 out of 10 sprites, right? Right? Like Atomic Diamond, you're so good at this. You're so good at this. I'm so glad that I reached out to you for help on these. They're really good, right? Like I look at these and I'm like, yeah, if you showed me this and I didn't know better that it wasn't like a like an actual item in Stardew Valley, it's got the exact style. It's got like the exact perfect style. It's so good. Very well done. Some of these are things that are like that I'm probably not gonna end up using just because I've changed my idea, like the herb seeds. Like I've changed how the herbs work, so they're not going to be like proper crops anymore. So some of these are a little obsolete, but a lot of this is still definitely going to be very, very usable and good. The pepper shaker is so cute. There's so much good stuff in here. We got the salt. We got the salt. Like there's a salt node because salt is like mineable. Your eyes are so pleased. It's amazing. Way better than I could have ever done. What is the mystery box tree? I was wondering if anyone was going to spot this one here. That guy right there. The mystery tree. That is an idea I have that I didn't list in the actual like mod ideas, but it's because it's kind of like its own thing. Basically, that one is what is called a cocktail tree, which is an idea I have for a tree you can get like probably in like the late game, like Walnut Room kind of situation, where it has the chance to grow any fruit available from any of the other fruit trees. So you could just have like one tree that grows like all the fruit, which I think would be a very fun idea. So you can do that, or you could have, like, if you want specific fruit trees, then you can do that as well. Like, you got your fig trees, you got your avocado trees. I have the lemon and limes actually into a single, just, like, citrus tree right there, which I thought was kind of, like, a different way to do it. Because they're very similar in a lot of ways, so. Tutti Frutti trees. It's awesome, yeah. Let me see if I can grab some of the other art here as well, because Atomic Diamond did also art for, like, some of the animals and stuff. Let me... Oh, not here. It's gonna be in here, I think. Oh yeah, these are good. These are good. Let me download this. Let me download this. And let me download this. Lemon Lime Tree could produce different types based on the season. The way I had it in my mind is that it would just, like, alternate lemons and limes, so you'd never be at a deficit of either one. But you could do it based on season as well, yeah. Depending on what's, like, maybe more accurate to reality. Yeah, huge shout out to Atomic Diamond on the work here. I want to show off these animals too, because they're some of my favorites. Some of my favorite sprites for sure here. Just make these bigger. So here are some of the animals that we had in mind that we were talking about earlier. We got the blue cow for sourcing vanilla cream, which I think is just very delightful. I think couldn't you imagine having your field full of, like, blue cows and blue chickens all together? That would be so good. We also have the pink chickens, which have their own. I think they've got, like, their own little, like, kind of like mohawk design up here, which is very nice. I love the pink chicken so much. And, of course, you got the pastel sheep. Look at this little cutie. Look at this little cute goober right here. With the pink and the yellow and the green to make yourself some beautiful marshmallows. It's so cute. It's so cute. Oh, I want them all on my farm right now. Very delicious colors. We need it ASAP. I know. Problem is that making this mod, I'm biting off more than I can chew. I already know that I am. I'm gonna need to. There's gonna be so much, so much to add in. Well, here's the thing. We can probably start with the list of stuff that we have right now. I can start. I can make all that. I can eventually release, like, a version 1.0 of the mod, and then if we want to add more stuff after that, then there's nothing saying I can't update the mod later. So I think we probably start with all the ideas that we currently have, because there are a lot of them already, and it's going to take a while to expand on all of them to begin with. Ditch all the other ideas and release the blue moo-moos. Yeah, I think we start small and then expand from there. Small, relatively speaking. I mean, maybe a lot of this stuff that we've talked about today won't even make it into, like, the 1.0 version of the mod. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the food ideas alone for right now. I think the most important part to start with here, the most important place to start, is I'm actually going to go and create a whole new document here. Let me go find the right folder. Because there are, with every single item that we add, there is a whole lot of, there are a lot of details to figure out. Like, if it's, like, edible, you got to figure out how much energy is it going to restore and health is going to restore. How much money is it going to be worth? Where are you going to source it from? And, like, there's a variety of different things to figure out for each and every item that we've got here. So we got to start figuring it out. Okay, so let me just make a new document, title this, like, item details. And we'll just start going down the list. We'll start figuring it out. You can't ditch more challenges? Whoever said about ditching any challenges? Oh, I guess I did. Well, I read Rinny Reedy's message. No. This I'll work on in like my own time, and probably on some streams as well, just to make it feel more productive. Excited to see this start to come together. Thanks to everyone for the kind comments. Really made my day. I mean, thank you, Atomic Diamond. Get some love in chat for Atomic Diamond for doing absolutely stellar work with those sprites. And I hope you will. Yes, I didn't respond to your messages that you sent in response to me this morning because I didn't have time, but I saw them and I appreciate you. Thank you. You great. Okay, let's go ahead and... Yeah, I've got item details here. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'll bring y'all on in here. Okay. So, I think we just start from the top. I think we just start from the top and start working our way down and start figuring out where we're going to, like, get all this stuff. So, butter. Butter is a pretty easy one, I think. So, let's just do, like, butter. So, let's just start, like... And I feel like we just, like, start listing out details here, basically. So butter is obtained by putting milk in a butter churn. Cream milk into a butter churn. For right now, I think we just start... we can figure out like the price details and the food details later, like and also, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about like gift tastes and everything. Like each of these is gonna have to have its own like unique like which NPCs like this and which ones don't. Well, that's going to be fun to figure out. A lot of those more granular details I can figure out in my own time. Okay, butter. So milk in a butter churn. Well, here's the thing. Do we want to do... I talked about this a little bit before. Do we want to do cream? Because more accurately, I think it would be like cream in a butter churn. But then you have to have a way to get cream. Is it worth it to have cream and milk and butter? Like all those like interstitial phases? I feel like cream is probably... It's probably relevant enough to warrant its own thing. Like I had it in the original mod. Like there's a sprite that Atomic Diamond did for it. Yogurt is another thing I hadn't considered yet, yeah. Have a good one there, Paratiyama. Thanks for being here. You make butter out of cream IRL, so yes. I mean, yeah, but I'm just thinking, like... I feel like most of the time you could just kind of fudge it in, like, recipes and say, like, hey, instead of putting cream there, you just put milk, right? And maybe it's not as true to life, but I feel like for the purposes of the game, not having that like interstitial phase between milk and butter, because milk and butter are very distinct things, whereas I think like milk and cream are not like distinct enough where you couldn't be like if you put like that's already kind of how it is in the game, right? There are recipes that call for milk when you could realistically more accurately call for cream. And I feel like you can just imagine, like, your farmer, like, turning the milk into cream by, like, whipping it up or whatever. I don't know. I'm not enough of a chef. I'm starting to become more of a chef, but... Yeah, it keeps things more vanilla and basic, so I think I like this. Do we want to have different styles of butter? Like, milk in a butter churn here makes sense, but then you also have goat milk. So would you have, like, goat milk... makes goat butter? Makes goat butter? Or is that too much? Just to have like all the different varieties of things. Because goat milk makes goat cheese. So there is a precedent for it there. Any milk to make any butter? Let me see. Is goat butter even a thing? Goat butter. Looking it up. Goat butter question mark is the first thing that I see. Adventures in making goat butter. Is goat butter different from normal butter? The flavor of goat butter is sweet and tangy, and its texture is smooth and creamy. Goat butter has the same consistency and texture of cow's milk butter, but seems to melt at a slightly lower temperature. You can use any milk in normal recipes, though. That is true. I feel like goat butter is not as distinctive a thing as goat cheese is. Goat cheese is pretty distinct, so I'm gonna say, yeah, no goat butter. Should butter be available from any other sources? Like, you could argue that it should be buyable at, like, a store, as far as, like, being an ingredient goes, but you could also make that argument for milk, which would be probably kind of break the game balance. I feel like just butter, milk in a butter churn seems like the best way to do it. Have a good one there, Sword Boy, by the way. Thanks for being here. Thank you, thank you. You think butter should work like sugar? Well, sugar you make in a mill. I think for butter we have to have, like, the butter churn. Maybe only 2 milks per butter. Or maybe 2 milks per butter. I think that's probably getting too cute with it. I feel like it should be, like, milk/goat milk in a butter churn makes butter. And then you have large milk / large goat milk. And what would be the difference there? Would it be you could say the large milk and the large goat milk you get more butter per milk, or you could get higher quality butter. You'd say butter should be cooked with milk in the kitchen because an entire machine for one new item seems like a bit much. I mean, that's true, but you could also make the same argument for, like, the cheese press. The cheese press is pretty limited. You can use the cheese press to make cheese and to make goat cheese, and that's it. So I feel like a butter churn I feel like it fits in the aesthetic of Stardew Valley pretty well. Cheese press have different types of cheese, at least. Well, here's the thing. The other thing I was thinking for the butter churn is, I don't know how accurate this would be to real life, but on my list of ideas here, the very next thing is shortening, which is it's very similar to butter, but it's, like, based on, like, vegetable oil. This isn't entirely accurate to say, but you could think of it as, like, a vegan butter, where it's made from, like, oil instead. So the butter churn could also be used to make that, not just butter. You could also use it to turn, like, oil into effectively margarine, yeah. But I would just call it shortening, because we're gonna have, like, different kinds of oil. Like, I feel like you could turn, like, truffle oil or olive oil that I have added as well into, like, into shortening. I think that would be an extra thing for the butter churn to do. Make margarine. Should I just call it margarine instead of shortening? I feel like shortening is a better, like, catch-all term, but I don't know if that's but I know that margarine and shortening are not very different, but they're different enough. People are saying that butter churns can produce buttermilk, so that can be an extra thing. Okay, that's good to know. Regular oil into shortening. Peanut butter or nut butter. Ooh, almond butter as well. I'd have to add almonds then. Is that another almond? Would that be another fruit tree? When you make butter, you get the byproduct of buttermilk. 2 milks, 1 butter, and 1 buttermilk. Wait, hold on a second. 2 milks to 1 butter and 1 buttermilk. So you put 2 milk in and you get butter and buttermilk out of it. Is that how is let me look this up, because people are saying about buttermilk. How is buttermilk made? Today's buttermilk is typically cultured, meaning it's made by adding live bacteria to milk to thicken it and give it that signature tang and slight tartness that makes it so special in recipes. Adding a culture to whole milk. Adding lactic acid-producing bacteria to milk is how you make buttermilk, apparently. So that doesn't sound like it's a byproduct of churning butter. Like, in my head, that would be like butter. That would be like milk in a preserves jar makes buttermilk. It's naturally in milk. Bacteria ingredient when? I mean, we have yeast. Search about... Okay, let's see. Buttermilk as a byproduct of making butter. Buttermilk is the low-fat portion of milk or cream remaining after it has been churned to make butter. Today, buttermilk is not a byproduct of butter making, but it is made from non-fat or low-fat milk that is cultured. Okay, so there's different ways to make it happen. I see. So like, originally, buttermilk was, like, the byproduct of making butter. And now it's kind of made on its own because butter is not, like, churned in the same way, I guess. In the North Americas, the buttermilk you get is fake. Don't tell me that. It tastes good, though. I think it tastes good. Okay. I think making it as a byproduct of making butter could be good. What do we want to do with the large milk and large goat milk, though? I feel like milk and goat milk in a butter churn to make one butter. Like, 1 milk per 1 butter, I think is good. And then large milk and large goat milk makes 2 butter? Why do we even need buttermilk? Buttermilk is pretty good for certain recipes. It's good for, like, batters and things. Like, I have like a fry batter that uses it, which is used for, like, various other recipes, like the like fried calamari, the crispy bass, that sort of thing. Do any recipes have buttermilk so far? I think so. Buttermilk. It's used in pancakes and it's used in fry batter, and then fry batter in turn is used in 5 recipes here. Oh no, it's used in 4 because the other one is just the fry batter down there, and we could expand on fried foods to make it relevant as well. So yeah, buttermilk is distinct enough to be relevant here, I would say. Large milk, large goat milk makes 2 butter, and then let's have buttercream. No, not buttercream, buttermilk. Sorry, buttercream is different. Let me do this. Oops. All my hotkeys, I'm getting confused. Butter, byproduct of churning butter. I mean, maybe you could also make it so that it's like butter or like milk in a preserves jar to reflect both of the different ways you can theoretically make buttermilk. If we want to have like multiple different sources for getting ingredients where possible, I think that makes sense, right? If like one way to get it is as a byproduct of churning butter, and another way is to get it from adding like bacteria, which I feel like kind of fits with a preserves jar, then I feel like adding both is... like, more options is not a bad thing. I like that. You know what, Sharky? You said onion rings, which is actually a very good idea, I think. I'm going to put that in. Because we have all the components for that already. We got onions, we got the fry batter. Maybe buttermilk is random chance? Ooh, that could be interesting. Like a random chance byproduct? I feel like it should be consistent. We should probably make it consistent. Okay, butter, check, and then buttermilk was like somewhere else down here. Buttermilk, check, okay. Shortening. Shortening we were talking about before. Should I rename it to margarine? Should we call it margarine instead? And then it can be used as a substitute for butter if you're like role playing as like a That's like a vegan farmer. Margarine? Okay, we'll call it margarine instead. Margarine. Okay, so this would be oil in a butter churn. That makes sense in my head. Is that literally how you make margarine? I don't know, and I would kind of doubt it. But to keep it consistent with, like, as an alternative to butter, I feel like it makes sense. I feel like it makes sense as far as, like, in-game mechanics. Buttermilk and vegetable oil. Let me look up. How is margarine made? Margarine was originally a cheap butter substitute made by emulsifying beef fat with water or milk. Eventually, animal fat was replaced by partially saturated vegetable fats, hardened by the process of hydrogenation, mainly for economic reasons. Hydrogenation of vegetable oil. BRB adding a hydrogenation machine to my mod real quick. I think this is good enough. I think it's not true to life. I think oil in a butter churn is good. Should there be another alternative way to obtain margarine, or should we differentiate between the different oils? Because there's like the basic oil that you get, but we're also going to have olive oil. Can you use olive oil to make margarine? I think, yeah, you definitely can. I've seen that in the grocery store where it's like olive oil based margarine. Yep, time to add a hydrogenator. But oil in a mayonnaise machine? Well, it's called a mayonnaise machine. I think that might be confusing if you got something other than mayonnaise out of it. Let's allow all oils. All oils make margarine. So this would be oil, olive oil, truffle oil, etc. In case we add any extra oils. Coconut in a butter churn should make coconut oil. I'll do you one better. Coconut in an oil maker should make coconut oil. I feel like that, I mean, and then you could turn the coconut oil into margarine. Don't sunflower seeds make oil? In the game, you can make oil from corn. You can make it from sunflowers, sunflower seeds. And I think that's it. A use for coconuts. Coconut oil is solid at room temperature. Coconut butter could be its own thing. We are growing olives. Yeah, we do have olives. Does oil of garlic count? Well, I was actually thinking about that, Dragam. There is oil of garlic, which is obviously a distinct thing in the game. You could use that to make garlic butter? Is that a crazy thought? That would be kind of weird. That would be kind of a silly interaction. Then we need to do garlic bread. It's true. There's so... Oh my gosh, there's so much. There's so much food. Garlic butter can be used for recipes like garlic bread. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna hold back on the oil of garlic situation right now, because if we go down every rabbit hole here, I mean, it is such a good idea, but I'm just gonna leave it right now. We have so much other stuff to focus on right now. So let's rename this to margarine. Boom, done, easy. And then olive oil is easy. Olive oil is an easy one. Olive oil. Garlic bread, because what if Evolution comes into the chat and we have to tell her, nope, no garlic bread, and I can't live in that world? Alright, fine. I don't know if I'm adding garlic butter specifically, but you got me. Garlic bread. It's in the list. It's made the short list. Emma's streaming right now. I'll tell on you. I didn't know Emma was so diehard on garlic bread, to be honest with you. No, wait, I did know that. Never mind. I did definitely know that. Just use garlic, oil, buttermilk, and bread. Yeah, I don't think garlic butter needs to be its own thing if it's only going to be for, like, garlic bread. I think garlic bread, you could just do, like, oil of garlic and then bread. And then butter. Okay. Olive oil. Stop me if this is a terrible idea. Olives in oil maker. I think that's pretty straightforward. Oh, another thing I should clarify about margarine. Does not make buttermilk as byproduct, because that wouldn't make sense. Makes sense with olive oil. Yeah, we have olives, we have the oil maker. Pretty straightforward, I think. I don't think anyone's going to be too upset about that one. Olive oil. Baking soda. Now, this is an interesting one. Because how the heck do you make baking soda? Baking soda. How is baking soda made? Saturation of sodium carbonate with carbon dioxide produces sodium hydrogen carbonate, baking soda. The white crystalline powder of sodium hydrogen carbonate being less soluble. Pierre sells it. I do think that could be one option for obtaining it, but I would like to have other options as well. I think baking soda being sold from Pierre makes sense. Sold at Pierre's and Joja Mart. Hold on a second. Stardew Wiki. What does Joja Mart even sell as far as ingredients go? Joja Mart. They sell sugar, wheat flour, and rice. I feel like baking soda fits that category. I feel like if Pierre sells it, Joja has to sell it as well. Seaweed would be cool. I was actually thinking about that, because I know... Here's the thing. Item details. From my time playing RuneScape, I know that you can make soda ash by burning seaweed. Is soda ash the same thing as baking soda? Soda ash versus baking soda. Both chemicals can be used in applications that need to raise the pH levels of alkalinity, but they do not work similarly. The short version is that baking soda is a refined version of soda ash. However, they have different applications. Okay. And then soda ash. I don't think bees make soda ash, but I do love hearing my b_boss.ogg in my ears. Turn it up. Turn it up. Get the bees in here. Get the freaking bees in here. Bum, 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 bum. How is soda ash made? Soda ash is typically prepared with the help of the Solvay process. In the Solvay process, ammonia and carbon dioxide are passed into a saturated solution of sodium chloride at relatively low temperature. This triggers certain chemical reactions resulting from the formation of sodium hydrogen carbonate. Can you make baking soda from seaweed? The method of processing seaweed. It's a Google patent. What? I found a patent. Gonna look into the patents of making soda so that my mod can be as accurate as possible. Then I'm gonna make it so real and so fun. Gonna make some soda ash in a furnace, hun. Like the seaweed from the beach and want to turn into soda ash. I don't know how much of a precursor there is to this other than I know it from RuneScape. But you know what? That's good enough for me. Baking soda. Seaweed in furnace. I think that's funny. I think that's a funny idea. I like that. and it's a way to make it yourself. It's another use for seaweed if you want it. Should it just be like a 1-to-1 correspondence? 1 seaweed per 1 baking soda? I think that's fine. No need to overcomplicate it if there's like not like a real reason to. Could we refine it by putting it in the mill, or am I making it more complex? That might be, because realistically, seaweed in a furnace makes soda ash, and then you would want to refine that into baking soda. But I feel like if you're only adding soda ash for the express purpose of refining it into baking soda, then we just kind of skip the little bit of realism there and just leave it as baking soda. Unless we had another reason to have soda ash in the game on its own. I think it should be like 2 or 3 because you use up a coal. That's true. You do use coal for it. Seaweed in furnace. So let's do 2 baking soda per seaweed. I think that's good. I guess you'd also have to do seaweed in heavy furnace to cover all your bases. And that would be... So then you're doing like 5 seaweed at a time to keep up with the rules of the heavy furnace, right? So 5 seaweed, so that would get you... And the heavy furnace has a chance to give you 5 or 6 of its product, so that would be 10 or 12 baking soda per. I think the math there checks out. How about a charcoal kiln instead? I don't know if that makes the most sense in my brain. I guess it could. Because charcoal kiln, you're reducing like you're reducing wood into charcoal. I don't know, I think the furnace makes more sense just because of like the precedent in the game. Where like the furnace is used for a lot more than the charcoal kiln. The charcoal kiln has like a very specific use that is like in its name. Where it's like you use it to make charcoal. Whereas the furnace is used for like so many different things. Comes down to whether it's mining or forging. Charcoal kiln is if you're burning anaerobically. I don't know if you get the right product IRL. Charcoal and ash seems similar to you. I'm going to leave it with the furnace for right now, with the door open to come back and change it later. Okay, that's baking soda. Now baking powder. Baking powder. Every baker's worst nemesis. What the heck is the difference between baking soda and baking powder? I know there is a difference. There's enough of a difference that I wanted to make them distinct things. Baking... How is baking powder made? Baking powder is made up of baking soda, along with the addition of some acids. These acids react with baking soda once they are hot and wet. This reaction causes carbon dioxide gas to release, causing bubbles to expand and thus leaving the mixture. How to make a baking powder. Homemade baking powder. Cream of tartar. Cream of tartar. I'm seeing a lot of references to cream of tartar. Which we do have. That is another one that we have in the list of ingredients. Way down here, cream of tartar. Powder has cream of tartar, yeah, so that makes sense to me. 1 battery and 1 baking soda equals baking powder. Ooh, now you're cooking. Just throw a little battery acid in there. What could it hurt? Okay. So I would say baking powder, number 1, sold at Pierre's and Joja Mart. I think that's fine. If baking soda is sold there, I feel like baking powder can be sold there as well. I don't see a problem with that. It seems like a classic grocery store staple. Number 2, crafting recipe. It feels more like crafting than it does cooking. Crafting recipe. 1 baking soda. 1 cream of tartar. And that makes 1 baking powder. Should there be any other sources of baking powder, or should it just be craftable like that? I think just being craftable like that is fine, probably. Now, where would you learn the recipe for it? Recipe source. Where would you get the recipe for baking powder? Can Demetrius teach you these techniques because Sharky made a funny joke that he would know? That could be fun. Become friends with Demetrius, and there's like a little event where he teaches you how to make baking powder. Wait, I like that. Friendship with Demetrius. I think that's cute. And you know, there's even a precedent for it within the family, because like Robin, you become good enough friends with Robin, she teaches you about like a woodworking skill, how to make like the flute blocks and the drum blocks and stuff. Demetrius could have his own little teaching session. I like that. I like that. I think it's a cute idea. An event is so much work. Make it a letter. I kind of want to make it an event. I kind of want to have like a little lab event, but we'll see. Maybe that will be too much work. Usually baking powder is 2 times cream of tartar to 1 times sodium bicarbonate. $2x cream of tartar. I trust you. I trust you implicitly on this, because why would anyone on the internet, like, lie? You think people do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? Okay, well, we have to do cream of tartar next, because we're incorporating that, so we need to know where that's coming from in the first place. And I think I already know the answer to this, but I'm going to look it up anyway. Cream of tartar source. Cream of tartar is refined potassium hydrogen tartrate, also known as potassium bitartrate, or potassium acid tartrate. It's a byproduct of winemaking. So, byproduct of making wine in a keg. So the way I think that would work is you, like anything that here that's like, I say like byproduct, because we have buttermilk as a byproduct as well. So the way I imagine this working is you make your wine out of whatever, then you collect the wine, and then immediately after you collect the wine, there is a cream of tartar also waiting for you in the keg. So you collect that, and then the cream of tartar is also there. And then you collect that, and then your keg is empty. Which is, that's definitely doable. I've done that in a mod before. I know that that's possible to make that interaction happen. You'd have so much of it. Yep. You sure would if you're using wine as a method. But you know what? That's just an extra. Technically, this is a buff to wine, because it means that every wine, because cream of tartar is going to have some sell price. It's probably going to be like minimal. But it is going to have a sell price, so every wine implicitly becomes more profitable because you have cream of tartar as well that you're making. We did it. We broke wine. The one artisan good everyone knew needed a buff. Wine. Wine was not powerful enough. We had to make it better. It's the only thing that really makes sense, though. Now, should cream of tartar be sold at the store? Because here's my thought. To get to making a keg, to having a keg, you have to be pretty late into the game. Like, you have to have a pretty high farming level. And then you start making wine and stuff. If you want to use, like, baking powder and be able to, like, make your own baking powder, I guess you can just buy the baking powder instead of, like, crafting it yourself. Gus Saloon on random days. The saloon could sell it. I mean, I can talk about an idea that I have for this mod. That is more something I haven't touched on yet, but it is something that I've considered. Because obviously, with all of these different recipes that we're adding, all these different recipes, all these different ingredients, there's going to have to be sources for all these recipes, right? There's going to be so many recipes, and there's going to have to be ways to source them all. And I could go the easy way of making it like, you know, Gus just sells all these recipes or something like that. But that would be... That would feel like a cop-out to me. I feel like we got to do something a little more. My thought to make like cooking feel even more fleshed out to this, let me know how you feel about this idea. Imagine this. You go into the saloon and there is a special orders board unique to the saloon where you have the choice of quests the choice of various cooking themed quests. You complete those quests and you get a little, like, token or something, similar to, like, a prize ticket, like a Queen of Sauce token or something like that. And then you can redeem those tokens for recipes or ingredients or various, like, specialty goods at a different sort of, like, machine or vendor or something like that. I think that could be a lot of fun. And then it could provide, like, a unique way to get those recipes. It would provide, like, a fun little way. It would incentivize you to do certain cooking methods that you might not otherwise do. I think that would be a lot of fun. So maybe Cream of Tartar could not be sold at just, like, the basic stores, but could also be available from whatever this like vendor would be. Like the idea of getting ingredients as reward for cooking quests. That could also be true. You could just make it like a direct reward or something. So let's just I don't know how it's going to manifest exactly, but I'll put it here as like reward for cooking quests. Maybe the recipes come from library books. Oh, that would be interesting too. That would be a lot of library books to add though. Unless you get a bunch of recipes all at once. So yeah, I'll leave that as an idea there. An idea to expand upon. I think it would be fun. Okay. So that's cream of tartar and that's baking powder. Easy. Easy peasy. Freaking does it. Where's baking powder? Up here. Cornstarch. Cornstarch. Everyone loves some freaking cornstarch in their life, right? It's cornstarch time. Whoops. Cornstarch. How make cornstarch? Cornstarch. Easy homemade cornstarch recipe. How is... Maybe I should phrase it more properly. How is cornstarch made? The germ is separated from the endosperm, and those two components are ground separately, still soaked. Next, the starch is removed from each by washing. The starch is separated from the corn-steeped liquor, the cereal germ, the fibers, and the corn gluten, mostly in hydrocyclones and centrifuges, and then dried. Yeah, I think y'all are right. I think it's corn in a mill. I think it's corn in a mill. Well, here's the thing. Don't I also have corn flour? Somewhere in here? I have corn flour here, which I think is actually one word. Corn flour. So, how do we feel about cornstarch and corn flour? Cornmeal and corn flour. Is cornmeal different from cornstarch? Technically, corn in a mill is cornmeal. Difference between cornmeal and cornstarch. They're distinct corn products. Cornmeal and corn flour are whole grains flours made from whole corn kernels, while cornstarch is made from the endosperm of the corn kernel. Corn flour is the same as cornstarch. That's not what this is saying, though. It's this what I'm looking at is saying that cornmeal and corn flour are like the same thing. Corn flour is the same as cornstarch. Cornmeal versus corn flour versus cornstarch. This website explains the difference. Oops, we can't find that page. Thanks for that. Cornmeal versus corn flour versus cornstarch. Give me the TLDR. What's cornmeal? Cornmeal is the type of coarse flour made by grinding whole corns. For starch, you can do potato, but it's called cornstarch, not potato starch. Grinding whole corn kernels. What's corn flour? Corn flour is a fine powder made by grinding dried corn kernels. Corn flour is naturally gluten-free. Cornstarch is a starch made from the endosperm of the corn kern. I think... Do we need all of these? Hold on a sec. Can we... I think this is a situation where you buck the realism a little bit in favor of playability. In favor of, like, streamlining things. I think you can ditch the corn flour. I think, yeah, we probably don't need corn flour. I think cornstarch is distinct enough. Just have masa and cornstarch. You can just use flour. Yeah, I probably don't need to do, like, all, like, different kinds of flours necessarily. I think it could be fun to have different kinds of flours. Like corn flour and oat flour and that sort of thing. But, I mean, realistically... Probably just making things more complicated than it needs to be. Corn flour is masa. That is the thing. Hold on a second. I do have in like the masa dough section here. I do have corn flour as a specific ingredient. But is that all that corn flour is going to end up being used for? Is just this masa dough? Unless you want to make tons of different bread recipes, there's no real call for different flour types. Right now I have it listed as like, you can use any flour for any of these different doughs. Then I have all these different breads and stuff. Can mill corn for cornmeal, done. Corn tortillas are made from masa and cornstarch. Cornstarch is not corn flour. I think I am going to do what my heart is telling me to do. And I'm going to say, I'm going to leave corn flour in. I'm going to put corn flour up here. Corn flour is corn in a mill. And then cornstarch is a byproduct of making corn flour. You just get them both. Let's just say you put corn in a mill and you get both. Now here's the problem. Here's a slight problem with this, is that this means that if this is the only way to get corn flour and cornstarch, then you need a mill. And I don't know if I want to like force people to have a mill. So is there another way? Like you could make it so that it's available from the store as well, like from Pierre. Force them, it's pretty. I feel like making a mill required for a cooking-centric mod is a good idea. Mill is unused otherwise. Pierre, Queen of Sauce Cart, can sell it. You think you should force people to make a mill? Justice for the mill. They're underused. I mean, I do like the idea of using a mill. I have, like... Let's see. I think corn flour... I think corn flour can be purchased from the store. No, they already have like the one flour there, and this corn flour is like a bit more of a specialized thing. I think it could be like a cooking quest. A lot of these, I'm gonna actually remove this like cooking quest thing, and I'm just gonna have that as like an implicit thing, like where a lot of these are gonna be available from like the Queen of Sauce cooking quest thing that I'm gonna incorporate. I don't want to have to add that to like every single thing here. If they don't like it, they can blame the committee. I have a silly idea that doesn't make any sense at all, but I think it would be a funny interaction and another way to get these. What if you had it? What if you could get them by putting a bee house near a corn plant? Just to provide an alternative to the mill if people don't want the mill. Nonsense? It's so silly, but it seems like so funny. Corn flour. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Corn flour, and the bees like the flowers, so you get the corn flour from the bees. Why would you not want a mill? I'm just thinking, like, you know, having multiple options to get things is never a bad idea. Only if you don't mention it anywhere. Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer noise. Alright, fine. We'll just leave it as a mill. I'll leave it as a mill thing right now, because that's, like, the only thing that really makes sense. Corn flour and cornstarch. I'm happy with those. Corn flour... cornstarch. Oh, corn syrup. Now, hear me out. Put a bee house next to a corn plant and you get corn syrup. Ah, now there's an idea. Okay, corn syrup. I can accept it. Let's see. How is corn syrup made? No AI, please. In the contemporary process, corn is milled to oh no. Corn is milled to extract corn starch, and an acid, okay, it's from cornstarch, in which the cornstarch solution is, okay. High temperature enzymes are added to further metabolize the starch and convert the resulting sugars to fructose. High fructose corn syrup. It's made from the starch of corn/maize. So this would be an extension of cornstarch. Cornstarch in a keg. Cornstarch in a keg. That makes sense to me. Or how about tapping a corn plant? I don't think I can make that interaction real, but that would be a funny way to do it. Yo, what if you could get a giant... What if you made it so that giant corn was possible, and then you could put a tapper on the giant corn to get corn syrup out of it? That's probably beyond my current modding capabilities, but that would be so funny. That would be so funny. Tapping giant corn. Question mark. Exclamation point. That would be really funny. Pumpkin syrup? You'd have to make the tapper for all of them. Wait, you're right. Pumpkin syrup. Corn tree. Why aren't we using a dehydrator to make starch? Oh, that could work too, actually, for cornstarch. You know what? I do actually like that. Like corn in a dehydrator to make cornstarch. That makes sense. You mentioned it like 10 minutes ago. I just didn't see it. I'm sorry. There's too many good suggestions being thrown around. Corn in a dehydrator for cornstarch, and then corn flour is corn in a mill, which makes sense. Now, corn in a dehydrator here. The dehydrator historically requires 5 of the item. That is true for, I think, everything that goes into dehydrator. Do you need 5 corn to make 1 cornstarch? Corn is cheap and plentiful. It doesn't need to work that way, for the record. It's not like there's like a... Like, I know enough about how machines work that you could make a rule that's like the dehydrator... It doesn't have to require 5 of the specific thing. You could make it so it's just like 1 corn for 1 cornstarch. Is there a corn shortage? 5 corn for 5 cornstarch? It just seems like cornstarch, like the reason, like, I'm thinking about like the actual like balance of the game, right? Like 5 fruit to make like dried fruit. The dried fruit is then pretty expensive, right? Because it's based off the value of like 5 of the fruit that you put in. And I feel like if you made it like 5 corn for a cornstarch, then you have to make cornstarch like super expensive. Which doesn't jive in my brain. Dehydrators also take a full day to process. That's also true. So maybe it is, yeah, like 5 cornstarch. Cornstarch is cheap, 1 corn per cornstarch. What are we using cornstarch for? It's a good question. Control F, cornstarch. It's used in 7 things, apparently. Rhubarb pie, rice pudding, blueberry tart, cranberry sauce, seafoam pudding, blackberry cobbler, and banana pudding. It's basically used as like a thickener in a lot of places. Corn in a furnace. That's popcorn. 1 cornstarch is the value of a corn. Dehydrating 5 corn is 10 cornstarch. I kind of agree with that. That way you can get cornstarch in bulk. That something about that just feels right. Something about that math just feels right. 5 corn equals 10 cornstarch. And then you're keeping the consistency of the dehydrator because you're putting 5 of whatever into it to make something, but you just get more product out of it. That makes sense. Okay. Let's just push this down so it's all on the same page. Corn syrup. You do need cornstarch to make corn syrup as well, so it's also used for that. Please keep the giant corn. I'd have to figure out how to code that. I think that's more of like a C# thing. That's beyond the capabilities of what I'm currently able to do, but I like the idea, so I'm leaving it on. I'm leaving it here. Cornstarch in a keg or tapping giant corn. I'm leaving both of those as possible options. The corn fur. Okay. Corn syrup, that's done. Molasses. How do we feel about molasses? There's a mod for custom giant crops already, but I don't know how easy it would be to add a tapper interaction off of that base. Okay. That is good to know, that if there's like a framework for making giant crops like that. Molasses. How is molasses made? Molasses is obtained during crystallization as a byproduct of the sugar cane / beet processing. Ooh. Molasses as a byproduct from milling beets? Molasses is a black viscous syrup that has a bittersweet licorice flavor. What is molasses? Molasses is what gets produced when refining white sugar. Molasses is a thick, dark syrup and is a byproduct from processing sugar beets or sugar cane. Everything I'm seeing says that it should just be a byproduct from milling beets. Byproduct from milling from milling beets. So it would be like you would, because like when you traditionally now when you put a beet in a mill, you get 3 sugar out of it. So now you get 3 sugar and 1 molasses, maybe? There's already a mod that makes giant corn on Nexus. 6480's giant crops. Ooh. I can look at that as like a precedent then. I need to figure out... The problem is just figuring... It's less about figuring out how to put a giant crop in the game, and it's more about figuring out how to make it so I can put a tapper on a giant crop. I think that's where the magic has to happen. 1 molasses per beet. Corn tree. Corn tree. Maybe. Leave the door open to the corn tree. That would be so silly. That would be such a silly addition. Corn syrup from a corn tree. It would be easier, though. It would probably be easier to make that than it would be to make a giant... Like, to make giant crops tappable. Alright, I'm happy with molasses. I'm happy with molasses being there. Molasses. And then an extension of molasses was brown sugar and rum. Both of those were a natural extension in my brain of molasses. So let's go brown sugar. Whoop. Because brown sugar is made from molasses, right? How is brown sugar made? Brown sugar is typically made by adding sugarcane molasses to completely refined white sugar crystals. Okay. Crafting. Recipe. 1 sugar. Wait, it's probably... Molasses, hold on. Molasses is kind of hard to... It's like, you'd be having like a lot of molasses. Could you do like... What if you did like 5 sugar plus 1... molasses equals 5x brown sugar. Sugar, brown sugar is just sugar that you didn't remove the molasses from. So you're just putting the molasses back in. I think it's easier to say you put them... If we have both molasses and sugar already, I think it's easier to say, like, you can combine those to make brown sugar. Think there should be another step post-sugar to get molasses, perhaps? Everything I saw from looking it up online says that molasses is a byproduct of the sugar-making process. It's not like you're processing sugar into molasses. It is a separate thing. 1 molasses per beet is a lot, though. Should it just be a 1-to-1 then? Should it be like 1 sugar plus 1 molasses equals 1 brown sugar? 1x, 1x. Then you can make like some of your, like if you're milling sugar, if you're milling beets to make sugar, you can use some of the sugar as just like basic sugar, and then you can turn some into brown sugar. Because it's a byproduct of the white sugar process. Yes, which is what you're doing when you're milling beets. Am I crazy? In the game, that's what you're doing. You're making white sugar from beets. So your byproduct would be molasses. Am I going crazy? Or are you just confirming what I already know? You meant getting 1 molasses from 1 beet is too much if it also gives us 1 sugar. 1 beet gives you 3 sugar in the game, for the record. If you've never milled beets before, which I feel like a lot of people have never milled beets, that's not how it works. Making sugar gives sugar and molasses. That's what I said, right? Milling beets, you put a beet in a mill and you get sugar and molasses. I don't understand the disconnect if there is one here. I think that's what I said, right? No fighting about sugar. I'm just confused. It's a byproduct of regular sugar being refined into white sugar. What's okay? Maybe it's just because there's a difference between regular sugar and white sugar, or like, if you want molasses, you have to add. If you want brown sugar, you have to add molasses to white sugar. Why is cooking so complex? Antonio asking the real questions here. I guess my assumption is that the sugar we have in game already is just white sugar. That's my personal assumption, is that the white sugar we have in game is, or the sugar we have in game is already white sugar. Could you just have the recipe call for white sugar and molasses? You could. I guess, yeah, there need to be... I mean, I think having brown sugar as its own thing is, like, fun, though. I'm gonna leave it as this right now. I think this is good. You can go back and forth. I may go back and forth on the numbers for brown sugar. I saw someone asking what we're using brown sugar for. Let's see. Do I have brown sugar in many recipes? Brown sugar. It's in 9 recipes, apparently. Glazed yams, plum pudding, blackberry cobbler, oatmeal raisin cookies, ginger snaps, peanut butter cookies, maple oatmeal, pineapple upside down cake, and butter tarts. So brown sugar is pretty relevant. Brown sugar is definitely pretty relevant. Maybe brown sugar is a random chance to get when you make sugar and molasses. Ooh, that could be good too. So it could be like a crafting recipe, or maybe random chance from making sugar? Question mark? Maple oatmeal, why? Just put maple syrup in it. Maple syrup is also in maple oatmeal. There's maple syrup and brown sugar. There's both, because we get to have both. Alright. Next up, brown sugar. I'm content with where we're at for right now. Next up is rum, which I may want to add more, like, more alcoholic beverages, but rum is a natural extension of where we're currently at with, like, molasses and stuff. How is rum made? Rum must be made from the fermentation and distillation of molasses, cane syrup, sugarcane juice, or any other sugarcane byproduct. So I would say rum is molasses in a keg. Molasses in a keg. It says cane syrup, sugarcane juice can also work. Yeah, molasses in a keg just seems to make the most sense here. There you go, rum. I haven't actually used rum for anything yet, but it's just kind of like a, like I said, a natural extension of having molasses in the game. And you can use... Ooh, pardon me. You can use rum for various things, for sure. We were warned about falling in quicksand, but they didn't prepare us for molasses floods. You're so right. Molasses is so gross. I don't think I've ever actually, like, interacted with molasses in real life. Alright, rum easy. Oh boy, it's time for yeast. How do you get yeast in this game? Yeast is just bacteria, right? How is yeast made? I don't think made is the right term there, but yeast is made possible through industrial fermentation. Industrial fermentation. Okay, hold on. Maybe I just look up. What is yeast? People are saying it is a mushroom, a fungus. Please put rum in the pineapple upside down cake. What do I have in the pineapple upside down cake right now? Pineapple upside down cake. Cake mix, pineapple, cherry, brown sugar, and butter. I'd have to sacrifice one of these ingredients to keep to my 5 ingredients per recipe rule. What could I sacrifice out of these to put rum in there? Are any of these less important than rum? I like the idea, Suze. I do like it. Just get rid of the pineapple. You could get rid of the cherry, maybe, but I think cherry is pretty common in a lot of these. Yeah, we could also just add something like a rum cake. I think rum will have its time to shine in other recipes. For right now, I'm going to leave it alone. Okay, yeast. Yeast is a living microorganism naturally present in the environment and in our gut. Yeast enables natural fermentation that is used for making bread, beer, and other fermented foods. So what is a natural way you could get yeast? Random from a mushroom log? Yeast from a mushroom log. Ooh. Mushroom log and mushroom cave. I mean, if it is a fungus, then that seems to make the most sense. I'm down for that. Random chance from a mushroom log, or what about I feel like we should have multiple sources. Like, I feel like you could definitely have multiple sources for yeast. Like, you could have like chance from tapping mushroom trees, beer byproduct. Beer byproduct, by like the wine byproduct for cream of tartar. I like that too, actually. We can have lots of sources for yeast if we want to. I feel like yeast is going to be relevant for baking lots of different breads and things. So I would say keg of flour. Put flour in a keg. Flour or beer byproduct in a keg. Why not both? Beer byproduct of beer in a keg, or directly putting like flour in a keg if you just want to make it directly. This would be a niche one, but it could be fun. What about dropped by dangerous dust sprites? Because the dangerous dust sprites are little mushroom dudes. Is that that could be a fun idea. They're little mushroom guys, so they could drop yeast. And I wanted to try to factor that into, like, I mean, we haven't done it with any of these other ingredients so far, but I feel like factoring in like the different skills in the game could be fun. That's late game though. It is very late game, but it would just be, I think it would just be like a silly little interaction. Anything else that makes sense for yeast here? All of these make sense to me so far. Mushroom does not really equal yeast though. I mean, it's a fungus. I mean, these ones definitely make sense. The interactions with the keg definitely make sense. Oh, mushroom cave? We could do mushroom cave. Mushroom cave. Random pet gift? What pet's giving you yeast? I don't know if I'd want to use yeast that I'm getting from, like, my pet cat or something like that. I don't know where that's coming from. Pet turtle, a confused one. Alright, I think these are all valid options. Yeast is only a fungi, not a mushroom. They are very small. Maybe we're leaning too far into the mushroomness of yeast. Maybe it should be more reserved for, like, this sort of thing, where it's, like, a byproduct of a keg, flour in a keg. Goal of the mod is to make cooking more realistic. Mushroom is SCOBY. Yeah, we might be I feel like the mushroom... We might be leaning too much into the mushrooms here. I'm still going to leave it as dropped by dangerous dust sprites, because I think that's funny. And it's also, like, not a very good source of yeast, but if you really want to do it, I think you leave it there. Hello, Miss Palindrome, by the way. Get it by aging flour, which I think is encapsulated by flour in a keg here. False magma caps, too. Yeah, you know what? Why not? False magma caps. Alright, I'm going to leave that there for right now. Can you add pale ale byproducts, too? Actually, that makes sense, yeah. Byproduct of beer / pale ale in a keg. I don't see a reason to disclude pale ale. As for the other things, like wine is already making cream of tartar. Mead? Mead in a keg? Would that make anything? Would mead produce yeast as well, or is mead, like, too much its own thing? I feel like mead doesn't make sense. Is yeast used in making mead? Traditional mead consists of honey, water, yeast, and optional additives, each representing a specific control point. You can use baking yeast for brewing. Mead will ferment on its own using wild yeast. Popular yeast for medium to sweet meads. How to make mead like a Viking. Yeast is one of the 3 primary ingredients for mead. Okay, everything's telling me yes. So I'm gonna say mead can... Mead, welcome on in, mead. You can join the club too. Bread in a deconstructor is really funny. What about rum? Rum is molasses. Is there yeast in making rum? Is yeast in rum? Rum presupposes yeast. With yeast absent in a wash. Okay, so it's going to be like everything. Everything alcoholic. It seems like there's just yeast in a freaking keg. Byproduct of all of these. Mead and rum. What about juice? Juice in a keg? I guess it depends on whether you consider the juice from a keg alcoholic or not. Anything you gotta ferment has yeast. Juice. A sweet, nutritious beverage. I think it's actually true, and yeast is just in kegs in general. Seems like it, yeah. We can hand wave it with like vinegar and sugar and salt in the preserves jars. One misclick when you collect a beer from a keg, and you'll insert a keg for yeast insert it into a keg for yeastification. No, I think when I say byproduct here, it's like if you put wheat and make beer, then you collect the beer, and then after you've collected the beer, the yeast comes out. Maybe just a byproduct of making any alcohol in a keg. I think any alcohol except wine, because wine has a special one for cream of tartar. I think this is fine. I think this is fine where it is right now. And then if you just want to make wheat, if you just need to make yeast directly, then flour in a keg. If you just need like a bunch of yeast. And this could be like a quick one or something. I like it. Okay. That is fine for yeast. Hey, soy sauce. We have soybeans. Soybeans are a crop there, which is where soy sauce, soy milk, and tofu come from. So let's do soy sauce. Let's just put the soy products in here. Soy sauce, soy milk, and tofu. Which I don't think I'm actually using these for much of anything yet, but I had soybeans in there. I'll have to add some like soy-based recipes. Just for the heck of it. Actually, yeah, let's separate these a little more. Okay. Soy sauce. I feel like one of these, one of either soy sauce or soy milk, should be soybeans in a keg. Which one, though? Which one makes more sense? I feel like soy sauce makes more sense. I feel like the soy sauce definitely makes more sense. Soybeans in a keg. Should it be one soybean per soy sauce? I think that to keep it simple with how kegs normally work, I think it should. Soy milk comes from soy cows? How is soy milk usually made? How is soy milk made? Soy milk is made... Plant-based milk produced by soaking and grinding soybeans, boiling the mixture, and filtering out the remaining particulates. Grinding soybeans, you say? Grinding soybeans, you say? Could that be, then, soy in a mill? Soybeans in a mill. To make soy milk. The mill. We're making the mill relevant again, y'all. We're making the mill a big deal. Soybeans equals edamame as far as crops go. That's true. Edamame. We gotta add edamame as a recipe. Scroll down all the way. Edamame is just a natural extension. Edamame. What do you mean no? What do you mean no? It equals it as far as crops go? Or are you just saying like, oh, should we rename soybeans to edamame? The crop is just edamame. Do we have a way to get salt yet? We haven't gotten down to salt. It's like further down here. Salt is in here. When I think of edamame, I think of like cooked edamame. But it's just a different name for the soybean, right? Soy milk in a cheese press makes tofu. I'm here for that, actually. Boop, boop. Soy milk in a cheese press for tofu. Beautiful. We have the soy pipeline. You got soy sauce, you got soy milk, and you got soy milk into tofu. Soy sauce will be used for its own variety of things. Live your life. I appreciate it, Suze. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying before. Would you reconsider soy sauce to be made in casks? Soy sauce in casks. So, like, that would be, like, soybeans into a cask? Or would it be, or are you saying like soy milk into it? No, it would be soy. It would be directly from soybeans, right? Yes? Wait, which one? Soybeans. Soy juice equals soy milk. That'd be a fun change. So instead of in a keg, you would do it in a cask, you think? Miso would be soybeans in a cask with yeast. I don't know if I have miso on my list of things to add yet. Soybean slash edamame in a cask. Is there a reason why it wouldn't work as in a keg, though? I feel like adding it as a cask, that feels like a... I mean, it's a unique interaction. I'm just wondering if there's like a... Soy sauce has aged a long time. Okay, what if... It's not how a cask is usually used. What if... Okay, here's my thinking. What if soy sauce... What if soybeans slash edamame, they'll exist as their own vegetable, right? So what if you make soybeans into soybean juice, and then you put that soybean juice in the cask to make soy sauce? Is that it? Because it feels weird to put the soybeans directly into the cask. I don't know if that's just me. It feels strange, just based on the way that casks currently work. Too granular. It might be too granular, but it makes sense. Maybe we just do soybeans in a cask. You don't use soy juice for anything, do you? No, but it would just be a natural extension of it being in the game as a vegetable, because all vegetables have an associated juice automatically. Coffee beans in a keg. Soy juice in a preserves jar. So soy milk is soy juice. Well, soy milk is like... Oh god, the word soy is starting to sound crazy to me now. Sauce should for sure be preserves jar. That is the alternative. Is what if we do... like soybeans in a preserves jar instead of a keg? Would that be better to capture, like, the aging process? You could do it in a cask. Soybeans in a preserves jar instead. Because it's fermented. Okay. We've been using the keg a lot. Let's give the preserves jar some love. I think cask just feels too niche and weird. Maybe not, but the cask has a very specific purpose in the game. I feel like if you're using the cask to suddenly make like new ingredients entirely rather than just age them to like increase their quality, then I feel like that's outside the scope of like how I want to keep the game the mod feeling somewhat vanilla. I think preserves jar is good. I think preserves jar is a happy medium, yeah. Alright, and all the rest of this I'm happy with. You could make an argument for soy milk being soybeans in a keg instead of a mill, but I kind of like that we're giving the mill some extra life here. So I'm going to leave it. Alright. Soy, soy, soy. Sour cream. How do we feel about sour cream? Just looking at all these. A lot of these only have like one source right now. I'd love... Well, a lot of them will have another source as well once we factor in like the special ingredients shop that I want to make. Okay. How is sour cream made? Traditionally, sour cream was made by letting cream that was skimmed off the top of milk ferment at a moderate temperature. That sounds straightforward enough to me to be milk in a preserves jar. You're just fermenting milk. Milk / goat milk in a preserves jar. Now, how is the large milk interaction here? Large milk / large goat milk. What does that make? Does that make more sour cream, or does it make, like, higher quality sour cream? I feel like it should be higher quality. In fact, I think that might be the case I want to do with, like, butter up here as well. Just make it, like, higher quality butter. Because that would make it consistent across the various dairy products. I think I like that better, actually. Makes, like, gold quality butter. And then sour cream makes gold quality sour cream. Because, yeah, then it's consistent with how cheese works. And I do like keeping things consistent where possible. All right, sour cream's easy. Done. Soup broth. So soup broth and frosting. These are specific things I've added to. I have in mind for the game. Where I have the soup cauldron and the frosting mixer. They're going to be their own specific kinds of artisan good. So here's how I envision this working. Let's start with soup broth. So this is going to be any vegetable in a soup cauldron with salt. I feel like adding salt as an extra ingredient makes sense I have soup broth and frosting kind of being like alternatives to one another, where it's like you can like this is the version for vegetables, and then frosting's going to be the version for fruit. They each have a secondary ingredient. In this case, it would be salt. Any vegetable / forage, I think. So you could do things like a wild horseradish broth. You could do a fiddlehead fern broth. You could do a carrot broth. You could do any kind of broth you would like. Put it in the soup cauldron, including red mushroom. I would say only edible, only naturally edible, non-poisonous things. So not holly, not red mushrooms, not sap. Daffodils are edible. Wait, true. Daffodil broth. And then I had the idea as well that I outlined towards the very start that certain soup broths made, like, I had the idea to make like a subcategory of forage / vegetables where we look at specifically root vegetables, and those root vegetables make higher profit broths. So broths made from root veggies are worth more. They get like a little extra bump on top of just like other ones. That way it's not just like consistently, it's not like, oh, like pumpkin is going to be like the best one because it's like the highest value vegetable. That way you could be something like, wait a second, a carrot or a parsnip could actually make some pretty high quality broth. Wouldn't they just be higher quality then? Well, no, because the cost of the broth is going to be dependent on the veggie that you put in. But if you put in specifically a root veggie, then you make then the broth is like worth more because it's going to make a better, tastier broth. Every veg / forage is going to be a distinct kind of broth. No. The way it's going to work is it's going to be like any other artisan, like flavored artisan good, like wine or juice or whatever, where there's just one item called like a broth, and then you put like the vegetable name before it. But if that vegetable happens to be a root vegetable in this case, then the game recognizes that and it boosts the sell price of that particular broth. And that's how it works. Root veggies are great in broths because they don't get soggy. I knew that. I knew I had it as root veggies for a reason. Okay, so that's soup broth. And then the other one was frosting, which I freaking love frosting. And my thought for frosting is, like I said, it's kind of a mirror to soup broth. So this is going to be any fruit in a frosting mixer with buttercream. Which buttercream we haven't actually gotten to yet. So we'll probably tackle that one next. And I would say frostings made from berries are worth more. Not milk. Maybe we could just do milk, actually. I feel like milk is better. Buttercream might be a little too fancy. We just do milk. That's a better analog to salt, I think. Because buttercream is going to be... Are you thinking of like a filling? I'm thinking of a frosting. But maybe I was thinking of the wrong thing. I had a description saying extra yummy. I do love frosting. When I think of frosting, I think of the stuff that's on top of a cupcake. Frosting is mainly sugar. We could do sugar. The secondary ingredient could be sugar instead. Milk or sugar. That's often buttercream. Maybe that's where I was getting buttercream from. It's sugar and milk for frosting? Okay, well how about we keep it as buttercream then, and then we say that buttercream is made from milk and sugar. It's usually sugar and butter. I think that's the way to go. I think that's why I had it as buttercream in my head in the first place. Because I did do some research for this beforehand, and I think I answered all these questions for myself before. It's just been a while. None have fruit as a base. What if I just look up, like... Well, here's the thing. What if I just look up, like, strawberry frosting? Real strawberry frosting. Strawberry buttercream frosting. Cherry frosting. Fresh cherry frosting. Blueberry frosting. Like, I find if I look up for them directly, then I find plenty. Swap the frosting machine for an ice cream machine. We could go ice cream instead. But I like having frosting because it opens up the potential for, like, other cakes and stuff. Or I guess we could go, like, icing instead. We could also make ice cream, like, its own thing. Need artificial flavoring or juice. I work with cakes for a living. All frostings have fruit or berries of some kind in them. Icing is another type of frosting. Frosting is also made with cream cheese. Well, I thought cream cheese frosting was like its own specific thing, which I think we could make an interaction with the frosting mixer to make a cream cheese frosting, and chocolate frosting for that matter. What kind of mod are you making? It's largely a cooking mod. We're making cooking way more complex. Like, a lot more complex. And I'm having fun doing it. I'm going to leave it as this for right now. I'm going to leave maybe I'll revisit frosting and make it more sensible, more true to real life. But, like, this makes, in my heart of hearts, this makes sense. And then buttercream, because that is a necessary step for making frosting here. I think Argon is making flavored frostings using the frosting label. I mean, they're called frostings. Ooh. Love this song. Love this song. Dragonic Moon, you hear? Are strawberries berries for the sake of frosting? I would say so, yes. How many have you made so far? Because they seem so interesting. How many mods or how many foods? I've only made some cursory mods here and there just for my own fun use, but Okay, soup broth frosting, buttercream. Buttercream is milk and sugar, right? We were just talking about that. So buttercream is just a cooking recipe. Oh, butter and sugar? 1x butter, 1x sugar. How many foods have we made? We've got all the foods. We've got so many different food ideas that I have yet to expand upon here. We've got all these different pizzas, different breads, different doughs, different cookies, different oatmeals, different cakes, different pastas, soups, miscellaneous. We have so many different things, and so many that I still have to expand upon. Butter, sugar, and cream. But we don't have cream. We've accepted milk as a substitute for cream, just so that we're not getting like too granular in the milk, dairy, butter, cream pipeline. Don't usually use cream. So we'd say 1 butter and 1 sugar, and 1 milk, or just leave it as butter and sugar. Let me see. Butter cream recipe. Buttercream frosting. Everything that comes up is vanilla buttercream. Some do use cream. If you use milk, it's only like 1 tablespoon. Say butter, sugar, and milk. I think I'll just leave it as butter and sugar. I think butter and sugar is fine. Keep it simple. If it's going to be like a secondary piece for making frosting here, buttercream is, like, if I want these two to be counterparts, salt is a lot simpler to get than buttercream is going to be. So maybe I do something else for soup broth, like salt plus something else to make some other thing there. We'll see. I'll toy around with the idea. Suddenly everyone's recipe's coming out. I'm going to leave it as butter and sugar. Okay. And that's buttercream. Buttercream. Beautiful. Alright. Herbal teas and floral teas. These are in the same category here. And I don't think I'm going to be breaking any new ground with these. Herbal / floral teas. Check it out. Herbs / flowers in a keg. That's pretty much as simple as it gets, I think. These teas will have potent, drinkable buffs at the expense of not being as profitable as other artisan goods. That's how I imagine these teas working. Why not add the tea leaf? Daffodil tea? Daffodil would technically count as forage, but I think we can make, like, you can make exclusive rules. Like, you can make, like, a dandelion tea, a daffodil tea. Because, like, in the game, daffodil counts as forage, but it's very clearly a flower, so. Dandelion tea for huge buffs. Sweet pea tea. This also, I like that this gives another use for flowers, because right now, flowers are basically only used as far as, like, gift giving and honey. I think being able to, like, grow flowers and process them like you can do with other crops is fun. Tulip tea. Variant had a good idea. Flowers in a preserves jar could become yeast as well. Is there a precedent for that? I'll put it in the yeast ideas here. Flowers in a preserves jar, ? I'll look into it more. What if there's a tea that would make the day go to 3 a.m.? That would be very interesting, actually. That would be very, very interesting. Hold on, I gotta look up one thing. Holly tea. Yaupon tea is generally brewed from Yaupon holly, which is native to the Atlantic and Gulf Coast. Common holly tea. Yaupon holly tea. I just want a use for holly. I want a use for holly, and I feel like this is maybe the only chance it's gonna have. Is somewhere in here. Holly tea. That's poison. Just remember, it is a weird spot that my brain was going to. Crocus tea? Crocus tea would technically be a thing, yeah. Alright, herbal teas, flower teas, powdered sugar. What is the core difference between powdered sugar and regular sugar? How do you make it? Powdered sugar. Not sugar again. How is powdered sugar made? Weigh out an amount of sugar, add to the blender or food processor. Half a cup of granulated sugar will make about a cup of powdered sugar. That'll vary slightly based on the type of sugar that you use. Pulse on high speed until the sugar is no longer visibly granulated, but instead resembles a fine powder. So you're literally just processing sugar more. Powdered sugar, also called confectioner's sugar and icing sugar, is a finely ground sugar produced by milling granulated sugar into a powdered state. Yep, okay. Thanks, Wikipedia. Process sugar in a mill. Amazing. Mill is turning out to be the freaking MVP of this mod right now. Most valuable processor. It's just sugar but powder. Cream cheese. Ooh. Cream cheese. Milk and sugar in a blender? We don't have a blender, but we could make one. How is cream cheese made? The mixture of milk and cream is warmed and combined with a mesophilic starter culture, liquid rennet, I don't know how that's pronounced, and calcium chloride. After about 12 to 16 hours, the mass gets quite thick and then is strained to turn it into a thick, spreadable cheese. Milk and yeast and sugar. How to make homemade cream cheese. Making cream cheese with this really simple recipe. Lemon juice and milk. And salt. How to make cream cheese. Let me just click this one. 1 package of cheesecloth. Plain yogurt. And kosher salt. We don't have yogurt in here yet. Should we add yogurt? That's just cottage cheese. Probably one of the only cream cheese haters in chat. There's so many things you can cook with yogurt. You know what, Rinny Reedy? I was actually thinking the exact same thing. We're on the same wavelength. Sour cream in a cheese press to make cream cheese. Does it track realistically? No, maybe not exactly. But I think I don't know. To the layman, and I'm considering myself the layman or the laywoman, I suppose, as the case may be. To the layperson, it kind of makes sense. Sour cream cheese. Sour cream into the cheese press. Susan said earlier, you guys are getting marshmallows from sheep. That is true. We're going to have pastel sheep. We got pastel sheep. We got vanilla cows. We got chocolate chickens. We got caramel goats. It's wonderful. It is delightful. Excuse me, what? You had to be here. You had to be here at the start of the stream. Sour cream in a cheese press. You've subbed cream cheese with sour cream multiple times at home. Okay. Okay, there's a relation there. Ooh. The raccoons seem to approve, y'all. The raccoons seem to approve. I like it. Sorry. What a delightful little tangent. Why can't she sing? I can sing. I can sing. No, I can't. My singing voice isn't that great. Look, I'm having a hard enough time landing on my girl voice. Let her sing, it's so mean. I think you misinterpreted that. Oh, I think I understand now. Good to see my favorite girl streamer. Really happy yesterday you were like, I might stream making a mod soon. Today you already are. Charoje, welcome on in. I am. I was so gung-ho about the idea. Good to have you here, by the way. Good to have you here. Okay, blue cheese. I'm actually on the fence about whether to even include blue cheese. Because I don't think I've used blue cheese for anything in the mod so far. But I just think, like, there's potential. And it just, I don't know, it just feels right. It just feels right to be able to put cheese in a preserves jar. Cheese in a preserves jar. Makes sense to me. And I would say retains the quality of the cheese. So if you put in like gold quality cheese, then you'll get gold quality blue cheese. Restaurant Produce said earlier that to just leave some cheese on a table for a while and boom, blue cheese. That would be silly. Secret interaction where if you leave a piece of cheese on a table for an entire in-game year, it becomes blue cheese. I don't know if I could make that work, but that would be kind of silly, like, secret interaction. Blue cheese is made by introducing Penicillium roqueforti to milk. So maybe cheese and yeast together is an approximate? Where possible, I don't want to add, like, recipes, though. Like, I'll add recipes if it's the thing that makes, like, the most sense, as far as, like, you know, like, cooking, like, buttercream here and some other things that we had up here. Brown sugar. I think, where possible, I want to use, like, the machines to, like, process them directly, rather than having extra crafting recipes or cooking recipes. Yeast in a keg. Kegs are producing liquids, yeah. I like blue cheese like this. Cheese in a preserves jar makes sense. You're just letting the cheese go freaking moldy. In the preserves jar. Didn't we have yeast coming from... We have coming from keg, and we also... I mean, we could probably do both. Like, flour in a preserves jar as well. In a keg / preserves jar. Something to consider. Alright. Blue cheese, done. Peanut butter! We have peanuts. We have peanuts, hence we have peanut butter. Peanut butter. Peanut butter. Now, how is peanut butter traditionally made? Mill? Peanuts in a mill? How is peanut butter made? Oh wait, peanut plus butter churn. Peanuts in a butter churn is not probably entirely accurate, but that would make sense. Peanut butter is a food paste or spread made from ground, dry roasted peanuts. It commonly contains ingredients, yada yada. How is it made, though? How exactly is it made? Peanuts are turned into butter through a detailed 4-step process. Roasting, blanching, grinding, and mixing. Just grind peanuts? You just crush the peanuts. You only need to grind peanuts if her grinding is good enough. Okay, in that case, I mean, you could make an argument that the butter churn, you could like crush the peanuts with the butter in the butter churn. It's either going to be churn or it's going to be mill. We're using the mill a lot already, but there's no butter in peanut butter. That's true, but we're not saying that you put butter in with it. We're just saying that you use the butter churn to smash it up and make it. I think the butter churn is more intuitive, I agree. Because it's like, well, how am I going to make peanut butter? I'm going to put peanuts in my butter churn. Peanuts in a butter churn to make the peanut butter. Amazing. All right. Boom. Marinades. Marinades were another class of artisan good that I had in mind for whatchamacallit, for herbs. Marinades. This one I wanted to be specifically to herbs. If you put herbs in a preserves jar, instead of getting pickled herbs, you get specific kinds of marinades. I just think of it as a different way to process herbs, to give herbs a little bit more flexibility in how you can use them. Why am I so excited over this? It's a lot of fun to like conceptualize all these different things. It's going to be another thing to actually try and like put them in the game. When I have to like figure out all the details for like pricing and balancing and gift tastes and all that stuff, but it's so exciting. Herbs in preserves jars. I'll have to figure out the actual like how I want to do that as far as like, you know, because every artisan good like wine and juice and jellies and pickles and all that stuff, they have their own like distinct like formulas for how to figure out the price. I'll have to figure out a good formula for the herbs there. What if I want more than one herb in my marinade? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but the game doesn't allow for that. You gotta pick one. You want basil and sage in your marinade? Sorry, not happening. You gotta pick one. $1.5 times the original price, keeping quality. I'll play around with it. I'll look into how like other artisan goods do it, and I'll figure it out from there. But for right now, I'm fine with that. Oat flour, I'm already going to check it off because it's going to be so easy. Oat flour is going to be oats in a mill. Next. The food is going to be bland, though. Maybe for you. Maybe I really like the taste of dill. And I just want purely a dill marinade. Just use more than one marinade, obviously. Alright, these were some ideas that were dropped in chat earlier on in the stream. The pickled egg and the century egg. Which I think is... I don't know if I would use these in any recipes, but I do just kind of like the idea of adding them. Pickled egg seems to make sense to me. I feel like we can all probably agree on this one. Is pickled egg is an egg in a preserves jar. And then the century egg is you put the pickled egg in a cask and you age it for a while. And then you end up with a century egg. Herbs in a keg would be pesto for basil, at least. I wanted pickle eggs forever. You shocked that they weren't in the base game? Okay. Eggs in a preserves jar. Now, does every type of egg make the same kind of pickled egg? Like, we're talking, obviously, the basic chicken eggs, but also duck eggs, ostrich eggs, dinosaur eggs, golden eggs. There's a lot of different kinds of eggs. Void eggs. Century egg is only from the void egg. Green slime eggs. What about fish eggs, Ro? Ostrich egg should make a giant pickled egg. It should make egg name pickled eggs. So like pickled duck egg, pickled ostrich egg. Yeah, that should work. You could make it like different flavors for it. It would end up looking like the same sprite though. Pickled parrot egg, no. Okay. Different flavors / prices depending on egg used. And then I'm just gonna put under here as well. I'll put for the century egg. Age in a cask to get a century egg. How long do you have to age a century egg? It's certainly not an actual century. How are century eggs made? Is it actually a century? 100 years. Century eggs take about 4 to 5 weeks to make. A few minutes to work up the courage to open, and a few seconds to eat. Traditionally, century eggs were made by preserving chicken or duck eggs in a mixture of salt, lime, and ash, and then wrapping in rice husks for several weeks. Age in a casket a century egg, so 4 weeks. Age it for a whole season, 28 days, in order to get yourself a century egg. Which will then be, like, worth a good amount, probably. But it's more for the novelty, I think. Got to make the mill products accessible elsewhere because it's optional for sugar and flour. They will be accessible elsewhere. We're gonna be introducing, like, a special shop which has a lot of different ingredients. Not necessarily all these ingredients, but probably a lot of, like, the millable ingredients will be available from this exclusive shop, which is going to be where we have a lot of the recipes as well. Do large eggs start off at a higher quality? Maybe large eggs could be... that's a good point. What if... I don't know. I'll toy around with that idea. I'm not sure, because it feels like there's, like, between the different types of eggs, like ostrich egg and duck egg and all that stuff, and the different qualities of those, I'll have to figure out how I want pickled eggs to interact with, like, qualities and types as well. So if you start with iridium, it would be less time, just like cheese. I guess, yeah, if you start with a higher quality, then yeah. Ostrich would also be gold quality. What recipes use pickled eggs? Probably there are none that use pickled eggs so far, because it was just a chat idea from earlier. I don't know if there are any recipes that actually even do use pickled eggs. I'm sure there are some, like in real life. But I think it's more just like for the novelty of being able to process pickled eggs. I think it's just fun. Rat Queen Marcy, thank you very much for coming on in, by the way. Hope you've been doing well. Ostrich should be a giant pickled egg. I do feel like the ostrich egg should have its own unique interaction. Unique type for ostrich egg? Because they're just so big. Alright. I'm going to leave it at that for right now, though. Play around with the ideas later. Pickled eggs and century eggs. Crop ideas, peppercorn, lettuce. I don't think these are going to be... I don't need to, like, write down details specifically for all these ones. This is just going to be basically figuring out, like, how long each crop needs to grow. I guess we can figure out, like, right here, I can just put in, like, parentheses, like, what seasons do we think that these should grow in? We can figure that out right now. We should figure out a season that is good for each of these crops. So peppercorns, which will be used to make black pepper. What season do peppercorns grow in? Peppercorn growth season. Pickled eggs is a loved gift for Alex. That would be good. Pepper plants flower all year round, which means you can harvest their berries all year too. However, you may notice the plant's general growth slows during the winter and speeds up again in warmer summer months. Peppercorn is a tree? Is peppercorn a tree? They don't look like trees. They look like big, tall bushes. I don't think it's a tree. Used to have a peppercorn tree in the front yard. Let me just look up peppercorn tree. Known by many names, including false pepper tree, Peruvian pepper tree, Peruvian mastic tree, Chilean pepper tree, and California pepper tree. It's not actually related to true pepper, but it does produce spicy berries often used as pink peppercorns on the female plant. So it's not, it doesn't actually make black pepper. That's not where black pepper comes from. It's just called a peppercorn tree. That's a different thing. Just to keep us on our toes. Yeah, peppercorns are bushes. Or peppercorn plants are like kind of bush-like. Don't peppercorns grow on a vine? That's what I thought. That's from what everything I'm seeing here. Like I was thinking like it was like almost gonna be like a. It seems like it should be a trellis crop, based on what I'm seeing here. Are we just making the Maggie beer mod? I don't know what that is. 100% love going in the tea leaf direction. Well, I was thinking of going tea leaf for cinnamon. I feel like making little like cinnamon trees that are similar to like tea saplings that work in a similar way, and then you like prune the cinnamon branches from them. I think that's fun. I don't know if I want to do the same for peppercorn. Growing peppercorn. Cinnamon trees are massive, I thought, and you shave their bark. I think you can have little cinnamon trees. I'll have to look into it again once we get down there. I think peppercorns I'm gonna put as a. I think it should just be like a regular kind of crop, like with a trellis and things. Do I want to do it like? It says they're available all year round. So do I just let them grow all year round? That's why you said garden pot. Like, it could be similar to like a cactus fruit works, right? Where it's like year round, but you can only grow them inside. Unless it's single harvest. I feel like peppercorns would have to be regrowable. You're pro tea sapling style? Make it a bush that grows in the last week like tea leaves. Maybe they can grow all year round, but you can only harvest them in the summer and fall. Okay, so that they like wouldn't die in the other seasons, but they would still. Okay. I think cinnamon will be cooler as an actual tree you can chop. We can talk about that once we get down to cinnamon here. I think for this, I'm going to do. I don't know. I just got to decide on something. Maybe something similar to salmonberry / blackberry season. Ooh. They're drawn as a trellis plant. I do remember that atomic diamond. Yeah, we were talking when we first talked about it. We did it as a trellis plant. That was a while back now, though. Plant them on a trellis, but only harvest between spring and fall, and they go dormant like a tea bush. Okay, maybe we say they work similar to tea saplings. I could see that working. Okay. Lettuce. What's the season for lettuce? Lettuce growth season. Lettuce grows best in cool weather in the spring and fall, but it can also be grown in the summer and all winter long in milder regions. I kind of like the idea of a spring and fall crop. That's interesting. That's not really done anywhere, is it? Spring and fall. I think that's kind of fun. Okay, olives. Olives are a tree. But what season will they fruit in? Olives growth season. Hello there, Chozo, by the way. Hello, hello. Spring and fall in your garden. It grows in summer, but it's not as good. Olives, the fruit will grow throughout the summer and autumn and ripen in mid-winter. The olives can be picked when green, but are fully ripe when they turn black. Winter fruit tree potential? That would be a weird one. A winter fruit tree for olives. Green olives in fall, black olives in winter. Oh, I didn't think about that. That would be cool, actually. I kind of like that idea. Green olives in winter. Or in fall, sorry. And black olives in winter. That's very neat. That's unique. All right, yellow onions. Yellow onions. Onions are very hardy and can be frost tolerant. Correct timing is important with bulb onions. If you don't plant them at the right time, they won't do very well. The best onions are grown from transplants set out in October or November and wintered over to mature in June and July. Onions can be started indoors from mid-February through mid-March here. Yellow onions are easiest to grow. How to grow onions. Start onion seeds indoors at least 10 to 12 weeks before your last frost date. I don't want to grow them indoors, though. I want to grow them outside. It's a fall harvest in your garden. Spring through summer. Harvest the crop in summer or early autumn. I'm content doing yellow onions as just fall. They feel like a fall crop to me. I'm seeing enough evidence in that direction, and it just feels right. So I'm just going to put them as fall. Okay. What about celery? Celery has a distinct spring vibe to me. Harvest celery through summer, from summer through the autumn until the first hard frosts stop growth. Is a biennial celery may overwinter in milder climates, producing occasional stems through the coldest months. Okay, so maybe I was wrong about celery being spring. Ideal planting is in early spring. Young celery plants are sensitive to cold. Start indoors in late winter to mid-spring. Due to its need for a longer growing season, it's best to start celery seeds indoors. For a spring crop, start seeds 10 to 12 weeks before your last spring frost date. For a fall crop. Thanks to the Farmer's Almanac. I should be just using that, honestly. Celery, I'm gonna put you as a spring crop. I want to look up vanilla crops to see what method Concerned Ape uses. I don't know. I mean, it seems like a lot of this is very variable. And a lot of it will probably come down to like trying to like just balance things out. That have like a decent amount of crops per season. Maybe a really long grow time. Shania, hello, by the way. Looks like a really long grow time. I'll have to look into that. Soybeans / edamame. Soybeans growth season. Soybean is a warm season crop to grow in summer. Why can't they all be that straightforward? Summer. Why can't they all just be like that? Come on now. Asparagus idea comes back on its own every year. Doesn't grow in fall / winter, spring / grow, summer harvest. That sounds complicated, but I like it. I do like it. I just look up crop growing season minus AI and I get the answer. That's basically the same thing I'm doing, except I do growth season instead of growing season. Okay, cinnamon. How big are cinnamon trees? Cinnamon tree. The first picture I get when I look up cinnamon tree is a potted plant in someone's house. But there's also pictures of like big cinnamon forests. It's wild because I only get outdoor trees. It seems like the majority of it is outdoor trees. Based on everything I'm looking up. I do kind of like the idea, though. I do actually kind of like that idea of doing, like, being able to, like, grow a big cinnamon tree and then, like, chop it down to get cinnamon bark. And then you can process that cinnamon bark. Instead of doing cinnamon branches, you do cinnamon bark. And then you chop down that tree, you get the cinnamon bark, as well as, like, wood or whatever. What about scything it? It should be a big tree. Trees. Like shaving it. That was my initial idea for cinnamon trees, is to have them be like little trees and you like prune the branches, similar to how like a tea sapling would work, where it's like you could prune them at a certain time of the season. The alternative to that is to do a big tree, like any other tree, like an oak or a maple or a pine tree, and you have a tree seed for that, and then you can grow them that way. Let go of realism, follow your heart. I mean, both of these sound like fun ideas to me, is the thing. Both of these, I think there's real life precedent for them, and I think they sound like fun ideas. It's just which one do I want to go for more? Which one do I want to go for more? Do I want to be able to grow big cinnamon forests, or do I want to be able to grow little baby at-home cinnamon trees? But do you chop the trees or shake the trees to get cinnamon? I think you would chop the trees. I think I'm in fan of making them big trees. I think that's what I'm in favor of. Tapping a cinnamon tree. Ooh. I don't know what that would necessarily give, but that does sound like it would be good. Chopping them is wild, though. Looks like indoor cinnamon trees are more for aroma. I think cinnamon bark from like tall cinnamon trees. What if like moss, the cinnamon trees grows bark and you scythe it? I don't know how I would make that as far as like the technical aspects of the mod, but I'm sure I could make it happen. Cinnamon bark. I do kind of like that idea. Grows on cinnamon trees. That does sound fun. Similar to moss. That way you're not like cutting down the cinnamon tree and it's like a renewable source. I think that is a good idea. That's where we'll land for right now. Okay. Figs. Figs are from trees. What season would a fig tree grow in? Fig growing season. Fig trees are deciduous, easily grown, and don't require pollination to yield fruit. Most bear 2 crops per year, early summer and late summer/early fall. Early summer and late summer. I mean, it sounds potentially summer. You know what I'm realizing is missing here is that I have a... I remember, because I was looking at the sprites earlier, we have like an avocado tree as well. That I don't think I've used in any recipes. A lot of these, like these fruit tree ones, I think I just added because I thought they'd be fun, but I haven't actually used them in any recipes yet. You know what? Yeah, I'm remembering now. I'm remembering now because I did research for these before, and I don't know if this actually tracked, but I think I wanted to do figs in spring, lemons and limes on the same lemon-lime tree in summer, because they feel very summery, and then avocado in fall. That way we're adding, like, fruit trees for every season, including in winter here with the olive tree. There we go. I like it. Oats. Oat growing season. Oats can be planted in both spring and winter. Winter oats, like you see here, are planted in early/late September and early October. How do we feel about a spring and winter crop? That's a weird one. So in late summer. Good old winter oats. Yeah, winter oats are coming up like a decent amount in the research here. Okay, sure. Spring and winter. Peanuts. Peanut growing season. 8 simple steps to grow your own peanuts at home. Peanuts require 110 to 130 days of hot weather. Hot weather and ample rainfall. Warm weather. Sounds very summer. Peanuts sound like they want summer weather. I can get behind it. Summer. Maybe that's why people grew oats back in the day, because it survives winter. That would make sense. Oats were a pretty, like, staple food. You could use them for a lot of different things. Ginger Island crop? Oh, peanuts on Ginger Island. Ooh. Maybe it is. Maybe it only becomes available at Ginger Island. Similar to, like, taro and pineapples. A third Ginger Island crop. Summer/Ginger Island, maybe? Boiled peanuts. Nut trees need a lot more water than fruit trees. How do peanuts grow? Peanuts, they grow underground, right? It looks like they grow underground, based on the images that I'm seeing. They're legumes. Can it also be a tiger slime drop then? Maybe. Peanuts do grow underground on a vine. Peanuts aren't true nuts, yeah. Yeah, no, they seem to grow underground. It's like how strawberries aren't berries, peanuts aren't true nuts. Who would have thought? All right. Bell peppers. Bell pepper feels like summer to me, but let me look it up. Bell pepper growing season. Boo, boo, boo. Late April or early May. We have a lot of summer crops. How many of these are summer? Soybeans are summer, lemons and limes are summer, peanuts are summer. But we have a good representation of spring as well. Like we got lettuce in spring, celery in spring, oats in spring. We have some winter representation. I think we've got a good mix right now. Lettuce in fall, yellow onions in fall, avocado in fall. Will the peppers have multiple colors like flowers? That is the intention, yeah. Wait, what if you get like, what if you can plant them in all three of like the traditional seasons, spring, summer, fall, but you can get different colors depending on the season. Green pepper in spring, orange in summer, and red in fall. Yes, I really like that. I really like that. So every season except winter? Or should we also do winter and just like have fun with it? I don't know. No, they should probably die out. To balance them a little bit, they should probably die out in winter. Blue in winter. Okay. All seasons except winter. Different color per season. The chi peppers, blue peppers. Blue peppers would be funny. It would play into like the more fantastical elements of the game. But I'll settle here for right now. And then cucumber. Cucumber growing season. There are purple peppers IRL. It is spring and expanded. Yeah, cucumber is spring and expanded. Probably don't mess with it. If people are used to like cucumbers and expanded, you could just do spring. Okay. I'll leave it at that. Just joining, what are we doing? Lids, welcome on in. We are in the process of mapping out our mod, our lovely cooking mod. I see that message. Wait, hold on. You did at me. It's been 3.5 hours. I don't know if this is going to go much longer, but I should take a break soon. I appreciate it. I don't know how much longer I want to go, but I'm having so much fun coming up with ideas here. I'm having so much fun coming up with these ideas. Herb garden in the greenhouse would be really cute. Now, here's the thing with herbs. Herbs, I've actually kind of already figured out what I want to do with them. I actually think I have like a whole... 1 second here. I've got like a whole document where I just kind of went crazy and figured out what I want to do with herbs. We did add one. We did add mustard at the top, so I'd have to figure out what I want to do with that. This is the kind of stuff that makes you want to learn modding, because let me cook. It's really fun. And honestly, exclamation point modding, if you want like modding resources, if you want to learn like how to mod, there is a huge section on the Stardew wiki that can get you started with learning how to mod. It's not honestly that complicated. If you're willing to take like a few hours to learn just like the basics, I feel like you can go a long way without having to learn like any actual C# coding or anything like that. So anyway, this is my herb document. Herbs are a new type of forageable that are primarily used in cooking. There are 3 different herbs available per season, as well as 1 herb that's available year-round. I might have to mix that up because we did add mustard as well. If I want to keep mustard in, then I might have to put it in somewhere else. Anyway, they can be found by breaking herb clusters, a new type of debris that spawn naturally in cindersap forest. Breaking these clusters will yield a small number of one specific herb. Herbs are primarily used in various cooking recipes. Some recipes may call for specific herbs, while others may call for herbs in general, in which case any type of herb can be used. Herbs can also be used in new artisan goods, like dried herbs, herbal tea, and marinades, like we talked about before. Herbs can also be eaten on their own, although their restorative properties are minimal, incentivizing players to use them in other ways. Obtaining herbs. As described above, herbs are generally obtained from herb clusters in cindersap forest. However, there are a couple other ways to acquire them, as well as renewable ways for players to grow them. Herbs are available from any garbage can in their respective season. Penny, Leia, Elliot, and Harvey will have a chance to give the player herbs when married. I told you I went deep on the details on this one. The Raccoon Wife's shop will offer a limited quantity of one random herb every day, which can include out-of-season herbs. She will trade one herb for 5 salt crystals, which we haven't gotten into salts or anything just yet, but I wanted to get more use for salt. So Raccoon's asking for salt now. Farmers can grow herbs of their own in an herb garden or a deluxe herb garden. See the document on new machines for more details. Specific herbs, and then we have all the different details of various specific herbs, including prices, the rarity, the growth time. So I have all of these. Descriptions. So we got thyme, dill in spring, oregano in spring, lavender in spring, basil, tarragon, and lemongrass in summer, cilantro, sage, and rosemary in fall, and mint, parsley, pardon me, and winter savory in winter. And that's what I've got. That's what I've got right now, as far as the herbs go. Have a good one there, Suze. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Islin, welcome back. Modding is going pretty well. Modding is going pretty well. I mean, technically we haven't actually done any modding, but I feel like the details that we're ironing out are pretty good. What's the year-round one? The year-round one is Thyme, which is somewhat rare. It's got a higher rarity, and it's good value, and it makes like herbs more. I don't know. It just made sense in my head. Thyme is the year-round one because it's available all the time. Hold on, I know there's a stream delay, so I'm just waiting to see like people laugh at my joke, laugh at my funny joke. No, ma'am. +2. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. All right, that's what I've got for herbs. Whoops. Let me go back here. Mod ideas. There we go. So herbs, I got all these figured out, except for mustard. I have to figure out what I want to do with mustard, but I can do that on my own. Spice/seasoning ideas. Bring this back up. Okay, so salt. Salt is going to be, I'm just going to start putting the details of these. Actually, salt, you know what, salt on its own can, there's enough for salt. I'm going to put it over here in the item details section. It's salt time, y'all. Salt, a very important resource, a very ubiquitous resource. And I think there's a lot of different ways you can go with this. Here's number 1. Salt. Mine salt crystals in the mines. And then refine salt crystals in a stone grinder. You could do it in a mill, but I wanted to add a new machine, not specifically for salt, but there's a stone grinder machine that I wanted to add anyway. And I feel like salt in this machine could actually like work pretty well. So I feel like putting salt crystals in a mill is like, it would ruin your mill. I don't know. I feel like that's made for not quite as tough stuff as salt crystals. I've been making them crystals on the frozen floors. Well, I think salt crystals... Let's see. Salt nodes should be available all throughout the mines, but not in Skull Cavern. That's how I feel about it. That's kind of the vibe I get. I also think salt nodes should be more common in the quarry mine. Think of salt coming from the beach. I also thought about that. A different way to obtain salt would be fish. Well, I think all of these ways are going to be to obtain like raw salt crystals. So I would say raw salt crystals come from like in the mines, and then you refine them in a stone grinder to actually get the salt. So I'm going to separate that into its own thing. I'm going to put it at the top here. Refine salt crystals in a stone grinder. Salt crystals, then you can mine from the mines. You can obtain salt crystals while fishing in salt water, similar to seaweed. Salt crystals can be replicated in a crystallarium. It's right in the name. I feel like you have to. Would the volcano have salt? I had an interesting thought about that. What if instead of having the volcano have salt nodes, what if instead you could put cinder shards into the stone grinder, similar to how you do with salt crystals, and that gets you pink salt? Would that be a fun idea? I think that could be interesting. And then pink salt is like a more, I don't know, high-end version of salt. A better salt. You're heading to bed. Have a good one there, Antonia. Thanks for being here. Cinder shards feel too valuable to grind up. It is true, but I think it could still be fun. I'll put it here as an idea. Grind cinder shards in a stone grinder to make pink salt. Yeah, pink salt is a thing for sure. If it sells for lots, it could be worth. Could provide a use for your extra cinder shards if you don't have any use for them right away. Maybe pink salt adds extra buffs. That could be a thing too. If you were to grind something to make cheese seasoning, what would it be? Probably chi gems, but you can't get chi gems in their like natural form. Other ways to get salt crystals that I had in mind. People did have a good idea that I didn't actually think about. Panning for salt crystals. I think that makes sense. Chi gems are highly radioactive. Says who? That's what makes the dishes taste so good. It makes your mouth feel fuzzy. Geodes. Salt crystals from geodes. Salt crystals. Salt crystals dropped by stone golems. Those freaking golems in the mines, in the dark levels of the mines. I think they should drop salt as well. Crab pot machine that makes salt makes sense. Another new machine. Crab pot machine. Sold by Pierre as well. I think the refined version of salt. Refined salt sold at Pierre's / Joja Mart. Dehydrating sea jelly could be another way to get salt. I'm sea salt obsessed. I could get behind it. Dehydrate sea jelly in a dehydrator. We have a lot of different methods to obtain salt, and I think I'm going to stop right there. There probably are more that you could add. Suggestion, you get unrefined / raw salt, and if it's refined, it's just called salt. Yeah. Now, that's how I want to do it. I have refined salt here just to specify it from salt crystals. But in my head, it's like when you mine this stuff up or you obtain it from any other source, you get something called a salt crystal or a raw salt crystal or just raw salt. And then when you refine it, then it becomes salt. That is my thought. No white slime salt drop. That would be a very niche little interaction. Halite would be a proper name for salt crystals in the wild. Yeah, but I feel like most people mined that up. They probably wouldn't know what the heck it was. The unmilled rice strat where it tells you that it needs to be processed. Exactly. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons that I made like a raccoon, or that I want to make like the raccoon wife be able to like trade for salt crystals, is to give salt crystals an extra use beyond just like refining them directly. Why are you a salting crystal? No. No, it's not like that. You misunderstand my salt crystals. Alright. Let's close out of herbs here. Let's go to this. Black pepper. Black pepper should just be obtained from peppercorns. Well, maybe not just obtained. Black pepper. Sold at Pierre's / Joja Mart. Black pepper should just be dried peppercorns. That's how regular black pepper is made, right? You dry peppercorns out. Maybe drop from Pepper Rexes. They're spicy. Oh, that would be so funny, actually. I like that. Stone grind peppercorns. I feel like it's got to be dehydrator. Dried peppercorns. Peppercorns in a dehydrator. Are the herbs going to be dryable? Yes, dried herbs are a thing for sure. Peppercorns in a dehydrator. Dropped by Pepper Rexes. I did have the silly idea again as well of making it so that bees can produce black pepper if there's a peppercorn plant nearby. Just to provide another source. I don't know if that would be too silly though. Peppered honey. Does that mean pepper isn't vegan? Well, that kind of pepper isn't. The one that's dropped by Pepper Rexes. No, that's still vegan. They just happen to be carrying it around. Pick a level of realism. I think it sounds fun. Bee house with peppercorns nearby. Is my last message blank for y'all too? No, it looks good to me. All looks good to me. Dangerous minds bees should drop pepper if they're near peppercorns. That would be a crazy interaction. Wouldn't that just make you get even more peppercorns with your already growing peppercorns? That is true. Trying to connect. Am I... Chat, can you hear me? Hold on a second. Reconnecting? Did I just disconnect from the internet for a second there? Was I buffering? Or was that just Google Drive being silly? In terms of gameplay? I mean, yeah, it would just be an extra way to get more pepper out of the peppercorns that you're already growing. Which I think would be... I think that's fine, honestly. No perceived buffer. I want my bees to not be near it. Yeah, I guess if you want your bee house to not be producing pepper. I'll leave it there just as a fun idea. I might toy around with it. I really like the idea of using bee houses for things other than honey, though. I don't know why. Because obviously bee houses should just be like honey, pretty much. Okay. Salt, pepper, paprika. All the rest of these are going to be pretty straightforward, I think. Most of this stuff is going to be just dehydrator stuff, I think. Honeycomb. I mean, honeycomb and beeswax, yeah, those are potential things. Beeswax wouldn't be as useful for like cooking or anything like that. So paprika is... These are all going to be just like dehydrated things, so I'm just going to put them in here. Dehydrated bell pepper or hot pepper? What would a dehydrated hot pepper get you? I know right now dehydrated hot peppers just get you dried hot peppers. But if we wanted to make a specific interaction, would it be paprika? Both? Dehydrated bell peppers. What would dehydrated hot peppers get you, if anything? Chili powder? That makes sense. Chili, let's do that too. Yeah, chili powder. Because I had it in my mind to do dehydrated hot peppers. Dehydrated hot peppers. And then garlic powder is going to be dehydrated hello garlic. Onion powder. Dehydrated onions. Dehydrated yellow onions specifically. Or should it be both yellow onions and spring onions? Can you make onion powder from spring onions? Question science has yet to answer. Dehydrated herbs. I think this should be both, even if you can't actually do it. I think just to give more uses to spring onions. Dehydrated yellow onions and spring onions. Cinnamon is going to be... Is that just dehydrated cinnamon bark? Or would cinnamon be a different process? Would you grind the cinnamon bark instead of drying it out? You need a cinnamon tree. I mean, we have cinnamon tree accounted for up here. Cinnamon bark in a mill. I feel like you'd mill cinnamon. I feel like that too. Cinnamon feels different. Cinnamon bark in a mill. The grinder feels better. Milling or dehydrating. The grinder I have in mind for like harder things like stones, not so much for like these like plants and things. Like my other idea, the reason I want to add like the stone grinder in the first place, well not in the first place, but it's to give it more life beyond just being used to like grind down salt, is to... I thought about making it so you can turn gems or minerals, like geode minerals and stuff, you can grind them down into stone. Similar to how you can turn hardwood into wood via a wood chipper. You can turn unwanted gems and minerals into stone via the stone grinder. Which I think would be fun. You can maybe like get like different amounts of stone from different minerals. And you know we gotta throw in a special interaction for the prismatic shard. If you're grinding a prismatic shard down, grind a prismatic shard down, you get something. You gotta get something special out of that. Alright. Cocoa powder. Our source for chocolate in this mod is chocolate eggs. So how would one convert a chocolate egg into cocoa powder? Prismatic shard grinds down into sprinkles? Wait, I actually love that idea. That's a really funny idea. My gosh, I gotta write it down. I'm putting sprinkles in. I don't know if this will be the only way to do it, but I think it's a really funny idea. Sprinkles. Prismatic shard in a stone grinder. Taste the freaking rainbow. That's such a silly idea. That's so good. Language breakdown. Argon stone grinder equals a machine to grind stones. Chat stone grind equals stone for grinding herb / spice. Yeah, in my mind, it is a machine that grinds down stones. That's why it's called a stone grinder. Maybe there's a better name for it, though. Like a rock crusher or something like that. I mean, there is the geode crusher, but that's specifically for geodes. Automatically boost the quality of foods like cheese seasoning. If I can make something like that happen, that would be cool. Little prismatic sprinkles. Chocolate eggs in a bone mill for cocoa powder. Mortar and pestle for herbs. I mean, I feel like for the herbs, we're fine to just do dried herbs, right? To grind them down, or to get them into that form. Cocoa powder. How does one turn? Do we need cocoa powder? I feel like we might not need cocoa powder. I feel like you can just get away with using like a chocolate egg and just like imagining that you're like shaving off some of the chocolate egg for the cocoa powder. I think in most recipes where you would call for cocoa powder, we could just say like use a chocolate egg instead. We need it. Personally, I need it. You need cocoa powder. Yeah, I feel like it's just to use the chocolate egg situation. Because I don't know, I don't feel... I mean, I guess you could do a chocolate egg in a mill. That keeps it consistent with cinnamon. But I feel like this is a situation, yeah, where we can simplify it a little more. Again, we're getting marshmallows from sheep. Yeah. I do like this. Pink chickens get... So these are our animal produce if you weren't there to see them. Blue cows give us vanilla cream and whipped cream. Pink chickens give us chocolate eggs and white chocolate eggs. Pastel sheep give us mini marshmallows. And brown goats give us caramel and butterscotch. Subtle nod to Undertale, with Goat Mom giving you butterscotch pie. And then we have all these machines. I'll put this as a stone grinder. Possibly change the name later. Alright. Add sprinkles onto a sheep to get a pastel sheep. Well, the animals, I'm not entirely sure how I want to handle, like, being able to buy them. It would feel weird if Marnie just had all these, like, very fantastical animals available to you. Maybe you can, like, somehow unlock, like, the license to buy these? I mean, the chickens, you can just get a chocolate egg and, like, incubate the chocolate egg. That makes sense. But for the ones for the barn here, you'd have to do something else. Brown cow equals chocolate milk. It's too easy. I mean, I thought of that, Chozo, but brown cows already exist in the game. Which, I mean, I could just substitute their current, like, I could just make them produce chocolate milk instead of milk, but but I don't know. I like where I'm at with my chocolate right now. Special order board quest from the wizard. Ooh, yeah, special order quest could be fun. Either from the actual special order board in town or from the new special order board that we're going to add. Have we discussed flower honey mead? We have not. But that's something I always thought would be, like, cool to have in the game, is to have, like, the different types of honey make different types of mead. I don't know if I'll do that in this mod necessarily, but if I get the gumption to do it, I will. Boom. Okay. Chat. I like where we've landed. I like where we've landed for this. Excuse me, streamer girl, I have a question. Shoot. I was just about to ask actually any questions, comments, or concerns right now. Because I think we have a lot of the details ironed out, a lot of like good stuff figured out for this mod, and I want to like I'm probably going to end off pretty soon here and then figure out what and then maybe start modding this in on my own. But I need to take a break right now probably. But did you know that figs trap bees to make their fruit? I did not know that. Here again, thank you for the 6 months, by the way. Figs are cursed. Why aren't we cooking the caramel or butterscotch? It is not, you're right, caramel and butterscotch are not involved in any recipes yet. Neither are mini marshmallows, to be fair. That's one thing I gotta go through and do. I gotta make sure that, like, with all the ingredients that we've added, I want to make sure that I add in recipes that actually use the ingredients. Otherwise, maybe we leave some of these ingredients on the cutting room floor, at least for like the first iteration of the mod. No one says we have to have all this stuff in the first version of the mod. This is a lot of stuff, so I'm probably gonna do maybe a slightly pulled back version of the mod with not all of this stuff in here necessarily, and then I'll build it up over time. Maybe just butterscotch from the goats. But I like the idea of animals having like a regular produce, and then you befriend them enough and they get like a deluxe produce. Granted, I don't have that for the pastel sheep, but I was thinking you just get like more marshmallows. Can we have animal treats that we can buy from the wizard to turn the animals? Ooh, I don't know if I could. I mean, I'd have to look into more advanced programming tactics to make that work, but that could be interesting. Mega marshmallows. Pastel sheep give cotton candy, obviously. I do actually kind of like that. Mini marshmallows and cotton candy. Although I feel like you could just cook cotton candy. I feel like that should just be a recipe on its own. I meant you could cook one or both caramel or butterscotch instead of animal produce. Yeah, but I like animal produce. I think the animal produce is silly and fun. A lot of this we have leaned more into realism than we probably even need to. So I feel like we gotta balance it out with a splash of the fantastical. Which is why I like having this stuff here. Because Stardew, I think, is very much like that, where there's like a good amount of realism in the game. As far as, like, you know, the crops you grow and, like, just the mundane day-to-day stuff. But there are a lot of fantastical elements as well. So I feel like I want to try and capture that vibe as best I can with the additions here. Easter Bunny who gives candy. I'm definitely open to the idea of more animals. I'm just not going to add them in right now. Sometimes you just got to be whimsy, exactly. There's a place for whimsy and there's a place for pragmatism. You have a silly idea for the animals? I'm willing to hear you out. You can win a chocolate egg at the egg festival. I do like that idea, actually. For the chocolate eggs specifically, being able to like get them at the egg festival. I think that's fun. Love that rural whimsy vibe. I might even go back and lean more into the whimsy for some of the stuff that we touched on here. If I come up with like a whimsical idea for something that I like more than the more pragmatic approach that we've taken, then I may swap it out. Easter Bunny instead of pink chicken for chocolate eggs. I'm sorry, but I'm too in love with the pink chicken already. The pink chicken was one of the earliest concepts I had for this mod. In fact, it's so early that it was in another mod that I already made back in the past, the Christmas mod. I love the pink chicken with their chocolate eggs too much to give up on it now. I love the chocolate eggs with the pink candy coating. They're white chocolate eggs. There is that phrase, you know, murder your darlings, but I don't want to murder any pink chickens. I like my pink chickens. That mob was so much fun. Where are the ravens? The ravens, unfortunately, don't fit into the into the scope of this mod. Fill a coop with pink, blue, and white chickens. Yes. Yes. All right. Chat, I am going to end stream there, I think. I think we have successfully brainstormed a lot of really fun ideas for this mod. I will probably work on the mod in my own time as well as on stream in the future. I don't know like what necessary capacity those modding streams will take, but I want to... It's been a while since I actually got into the weeds of like making a mod. I've done a lot of brainstorming and stuff. Oh, actually, there is one other thing I wanted to talk about before we head off here. And that is profitability. Because one other core tenet of the mod that I want to factor in is making cooking more worthwhile and more competitive from like a money-making perspective. Holy, Sarah Yams with the 5 gifted memberships to the community. Look at all these colorful little slimes coming on in here. Look at these little cuties. Thank you, Sarah. Huge love to Sarah in chat for giving some community memberships out here. Congratulations, Shania, Lena Gami, Anna Swell, Bethany McMullen, and Vicky Yarborough. Congratulations on your memberships. Thank you very much, Sarah. I appreciate that. Appreciate your generosity and support. We love the slimes. Like I was saying, though, I want cooking to be better. I don't want there to just be more cooking. I want the cooking, the products. I want you to be like, look at the cooking and look at all the recipes and all the different potential that we've developed so far in this mod and make it worthwhile. I don't want to just be like, well, why would I do all that when I could just make starfruit wine or whatever? I want it to be like a competitive, valuable source that you could go for, that you could theoretically like build your whole farm around if you wanted to. And to that end, we need to buff cooking prices. But I don't know exactly the best way to do that. I don't know the exact best thing to do for that in that regard. My current thought is just to keep it relatively simple. By the way, Chozo, thank you for the 2 months at the Electron level. Thank you. My current thought is to add up the base qualities, add up the base costs of every for each recipe, you add up the costs for each individual ingredient, and you start with that as a base, and then you multiply that just by some factor, similar to how like artisan goods are multiplied when you have like the artisan profession or various other things in the game that get multiplied like that. You multiply it by some factor to get a new price for that cooked dish. That way, if you're using like the base quality ingredients for any recipe, it'll always be profitable. But if you were to like use like higher quality ingredients, like if you're using like iridium quality, the price is based off like the lower quality versions, so you may still lose money then, so you might be more incentivized to like use iridium quality stuff in its own right. And Woolen Feed, that is amazing that you said that number 1.25 times, because I was also thinking 1.25 times or 1.3 times, because artisan is 1.4 times, and I wouldn't necessarily want to like get right up there with artisan. But I feel like 1.25 to 1.3 times is the sweet spot. I feel like it should be like 10% more profitable than base ingredients. I think 10% is low. I think like 25 to 30% more profitable is better, because then like, especially with how we've built out like all these different ingredients and the different processes you have to use, it becomes a lot more complicated to actually bake things. So I think to reward that added complexity, or like going through with all these different processes, you should be making a substantial amount of money. Would any of the ingredients going in the artisan machines get an artisan boost? I mean, the ingredients on their own, if you sold them, yes, would get the artisan boost. If they are, like, if you cook them into a dish, then at that point I would say no, you don't get like the extra artisan boost on top of it. At that point, you're just working with like the base cooking stuff. In which case, in which case, recipes that use artisan goods may not be as good as some other ones that don't use artisan goods. You might just want to like sell the artisan goods directly on their own to get like the maximum profits there. Could they make it a sliding scale and mod options for people to choose? I can make it customizable as well, yeah. If people want to like change it up. But for people who don't want to like customize it, if we just want like a default option, I do feel like 25% to 30% more is a good metric. I also thought about making it slightly more dynamic, where it's like the more complex the recipe is, the higher your multiplier becomes. So like if a recipe requires like 5 ingredients, then you could have like a higher multiplier than if it only required like 2 ingredients. And that gives you an even extra incentive to go for like the more complicated dishes and rewards your time commitment to like making those really complex ones. I thought that could be a way to go about it as well. I'll have to like do the math and figure out how that all works though. 10% per ingredient, maybe? Maybe, yeah. Like if it's just 1 ingredient, then you get like a 10% buff, all the way up to like 50% buff with 5 ingredients. That would make like the very complex ones like really profitable. Like the idea of being worth more based on difficulty. I do too. I might go with that. I might go with that concept. Anyway, food for thought, things we can talk about in the Discord or elsewise, or in the future streams when I'm working on this mod again. I hope y'all enjoyed this bit of a different dive into something that I've always wanted to do, something that I've always wanted to like properly work on, a big mod like this. I hope y'all enjoyed it. I had fun brainstorming ideas with all of you. You guys have some great ideas. And I'm excited to see and learn how to incorporate some of them into the mod. Because a lot of this stuff I know how to incorporate that we talked about today. A lot of it I am unsure, and I'm going to have to learn and probably delve into the world of C# programming to actually figure some of it out. How are you going to do the art? Currently, Atomic Diamond is the artist for the mod. I showed off some of their art earlier, which I think I've closed now. I can't show it off again, but yeah, Atomic Diamond, one of our community members, is the artist for the mod. I reached out when I first had this idea like a year ago, and they've created a bunch of sprites. So I think to keep it consistent there, we will I'll stick with Atomic Diamond. If she's still willing to like make all these sprites, because this is going to be a lot of sprites, but so maybe it'll be like a community effort. We'll see. I do want it to be like a consistent art style, so I don't want to like necessarily just accept any submissions for art, because everyone's going to have like their own different style. If we keep it consistent to the Stardew style, and that's probably best, but for right now I'm gonna keep working with Atomic Diamond, because she's done some wonderful work. She's done some wonderful work, and I'm happy to continue working there. We have a thread in the Discord. A thread for this mod specifically? We could. Probably could do something like that. I don't know what channel we would put it in, though. Because it's not really like a challenge, specifically. Just a thread and a stream discussion, maybe? Thread under Stardew Valley? Yeah, maybe just in Stardew Valley. I'll figure it out. Making a mod is a challenge in itself. It is challenging. It's not just the typical kind of challenge. How does one join the Discord? There is a link in the description below the stream, or you can use the !Discord command, yeah. Either one should work. What's the name for the mod? The current working name for the mod is just Complex Cooking. I'm not sure if I'm going to stick with that, though, or if I'm going to go with something else. But that's my current working name for the mod. Anyway, I digress. Thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed today. Bit of a different one, but I hope you had fun all the same. I will be back on Sunday for more Silk Song for the members, and then on Monday next week for, I'm not sure what yet. Probably, I mean, we got to do more Animal Crossing still. Yo, I sold my turnips today, chat. I didn't even mention that. I know that's apropos of nothing at all. I finally got a good turnip price this morning. Like, right before I streamed, I was like, I haven't checked my turnip prices yet. And it was like almost, it was like 11:40 or something, like I was supposed to start the stream. And I went on. Price per turnip, 218. Not too bad. That's a 110 gold profit per turnip. And I had 2,000 turnips, so r/ they did the math. 110 times 2,000. Casual 220,000 bell profit. We're making freaking moolah out there. Then she did a shopping spree. No, then I started the stream, and now I'm going to end the stream and then go do a shopping spree. You got the order mixed up. I digress. Thank you all for being here. I'll see you when I see you, I suppose. Is there anyone I can raid? Hold on a second. I should look and see. Anyone currently live I can raid. I know Evolution was live, but I doubt that she's still live. Seems unlikely. Stream settings. Boo-boo-boo. Buy 1/7 with a crown with that kind of cash. Sharky is gonna go live. Sharky Games is gonna go live, but not yet. When does this go live? Oh, not until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Okay. You just scheduled a stream for tomorrow. Okay, I can't really do that then. Anyone else live? Markiplier's live and Ludwig is live. Alright, we'll leave it there then. I will be on my way. I know this is like the 10th time I've tried to end the stream. Be good to one another, be good to yourselves, and I will see you on the flip side, everybody. I will see you either next week or if our paths may cross again. Yeah. Have a good weekend. This is Argon Matrix, signing on out. Thank you all, and good night. Bye-bye!